Hi, welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Hello, hello.
For me to let alone. It didn't take time for you to be alone. But now you can take all my way, and I will feel so. 'Cause I'm
Hello.
Microphone check. Microphone is working. It definitely seems to be working. The closed captions also seem to be working. Amazing. Okay. Let's get started. Wait. Yes?
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I have no freaking idea what I'm doing.
Okay, we did it. We did it. Welcome. Happy Thursday. As I race immediately off screen. Let me scroll up and say hello. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning to you. Good morning. Good morning. And how do you do? Good morning. Slinka, welcome in. Hello. Robbie, welcome. Good day. Definitely morning. I like knowing that it's like, for some people, I can say good morning with like specificity because I know that it's morning without having to think about it because it's still morning for me. And it's like, hey, if I know that you're US based, not in Getty, welcome. Good day. So fluff, hello. Good morning, good morning. Shayna, hello. Welcome in. Purple Sunflower, nice to see you. Ellie, thank you for the resub. I appreciate you. Tier 1. A Tier 1 standard, natural, all natural, homegrown resub. We love those. They're my favorite. Yeah. Twitch ran a second ad because there was a reason it did that. Sita, welcome in. Kathy, good morning. Hello. Welcome. Climb, hello. Cooking. We are cooking. This is true. We're going to do some baking today, which is a type of cooking, as I've been led to believe. Sita says, I've had periods where Twitch would play intro ads, freeze, and then when reloaded, play the ads again, only to freeze into an infinite loop. That is really annoying. That would be bad. It played the ads twice today because I have it set to automatically play an ad 1 minute after the stream goes live, but there's this weird thing where it like doesn't catch right away. Anyway, sometimes it lags, and I have a button on my Stream Deck that just like runs an ad. Like, here you go. You want a 3-minute ad? Boop, here it comes. So usually when I go live, I just press the button, and it runs it like right away. But today, so I don't know, it like fell through the cracks somehow. Like I pressed the button too early and it ran the first set. And then it was like, oh wait, it's been a minute. Let's run ads. Ooh. My body hurts from painting. Yeah, the up and down. The painting, I don't know much about painting inside because I'm not allowed to. Gwen is the painter in the house. I've weaponized my incompetence to the point where I don't have to do the painting. I don't have to paint anymore. Wonder how. Hello. Good morning. It is morning. For me, it's morning. You hate change. I also do not like change. I can deal with it, but it's not great. Been dealing with real life issues. That happens, Ellie. That does happen. It happens a lot. It's reasonable to take time offline when you need to not be online. I do, generally speaking. I don't spend a lot of time on the internet outside, like streaming and not occasional, but like streaming, and I watch YouTube. But like I don't spend a lot of time. Like I don't have Facebook. I don't have Instagram on my phone. I don't use Twitter anymore. I look at Blue Sky like once a day in the morning. And then I watch YouTube constantly. Anyway, take all the time you need. Also, take a break from painting, right? Kathy says carrot cake is my favorite type of cake. I love carrot cake. I had bad carrot cake like a week ago, and it's been bothering me. And I asked Calvin last night what kind of cake he would want, because I was like, I'm going to make a cake today, like, you know, whatever. Gwen said pound cake. But I asked Calvin, and before anyone else said anything, he said carrot cake, which is what I had intended when I thought about making. So I was like, okay, cool. But we're going to put pound cake on the agenda because Gwen requested it. Maybe not the agenda today. You need... Oh, I need to, like, get butter out and soften it up. I don't know how much. We'll start with those, and then we'll start with these. Okay. But Gwen said she wanted carrot cake, and or not carrot cake. No, she explicitly said she did not want carrot cake. She said she wanted pound cake. I've never made pound cake, so we're gonna try that at some point too. Yes. Boris, welcome in. Good day. Hang the curtains, so forth. That is not a euphemism. That is great. Good luck. That's more like arms above your head, though, like painting is. That's a lot of like arms up. Hanging. I feel like hanging the curtains is more forgiving than hanging other things, and it's easy to tell when they're misaligned because they're just like you can see them on the whatever. Take Me Through the Gate asks, did you watch Survivor last night? I did watch Survivor last night. Yes, I did watch Survivor last night. I don't know any of their names yet. I got a bunch of people that I thought seemed good and worth rooting for. I won't know any of their names until there's like 8 of them left. Because I just don't. I won't. But I'll know like, oh, that person who's like annoying, or that person who's like whatever. Like, oh yeah, those 3. Like I know, you know. Ellie says we've been building a chicken coop, a quail keep. Quail keep? A quail keep is different than a quail coop. A goat pen, and putting in 6 new raised garden beds. That is a ton of work. That is a ton of work. You're getting ready for spring, I'm assuming. I kept mixing up Kyle and Kevin last night. I don't know who those people are. If you showed me a picture of the person, I would be like, oh yeah, they were talking to that other person and blah blah blah. Like I know faces really well. I get faces. Like attaching the names in real life, I spend a significant amount of effort trying to remember people's names when I meet them, and I do think I'm very good at it. But like it takes. I don't have recollection. I don't have a good recall for media, like characters in TV shows, the plot of the show. Like Gwen's always like, "Do you remember what happened last season?" I was like, "I don't even remember the characters' names." Like, what show are we watching? I always have to watch like a 20-minute recap, and I'm like, oh yeah, oh, okay, I get all that. Caesar started in the greenhouse. How satisfying. Sounds like you got a lot of animal growth happening. That's super cool. Oh, okay. The two guys that went on the task. Yup, I know who both of them are. I know who won. I know the yeah. I like this season. This season seems like it's looking like it could be good. I'm interested in what's this like season 50 situation where they have all these like returning players. I think that'll be fascinating, but I love I said to Gwen last night that I was like, I'm not going to know anybody who was in this competition or who did bad or whatever, because you can't see them. They're all just muddy. It was great. I did not vote. I rarely, if ever, vote on stuff. Okay, very occasionally I'll vote for like something on Big Brother or Survivor, but I did not. I just kind of want the thing to happen at this, you know. I'm like excited for it to happen. Speaking of today's mug. Zing! If you know, then you know. Zing! I got that for Gwen for Christmas like 2 years ago. We're making carrot cake today. It's cold in my house right now. We're in that season where we're starting to get into like the weather right now where you like you can't have the heat on because then your house will be like a sweatbox, but then you can't, like, it's just also cold. So my solution is we're gonna bake. We're gonna turn the oven on. Yeah, we're gonna turn the oven on. Some of the windows are open. The windows that are upstairs are open because it's hot upstairs. The windows in this room are not. And I would be willing to bet that Gwen has the space heater on in the basement. Because the basement is never warm. The basement is frigid. Always. Fellas, good morning. Welcome in. I can't tell if the stains on this shirt come through on the camera or not. Now you're gonna be looking. Damn, I said that out loud. I should have installed that like hotspot thing. The like click on you can click anywhere on the stream. And be like, where's the stain? Click on the stain. Yeah, enjoy your work. Enjoy your work day. Enjoy your work day. I think I see one. It's somewhere.
Does this black match?
Yeah, there's a little one up here. There's one farther down here. It was oil. I was cooking. I forget what I was cooking one day, but I didn't have an apron on and it just oil. The first one? Yeah. Damn it. See? Damn. Now I feel self-conscious about it. I bet you if I'd not said that, it would have never. Although maybe you're like, look at this sloppy. Look at this guy. Can't even dress himself in an unstained shirt for a stream. I'm immobile. Yes, that's fair. If you're immobile, then yes, I can imagine the unless you're pinching very much. It's an around the house shirt. It is. It's a black shirt. This one's a Twitch shirt though. It's got a little logo on it. Carrot cake. Let's start to consider what this looks like. That way, because I know it has to cool for a while. So I'm gonna do a couple things today. Maybe. Here's how I'm thinking. I'm gonna make the cake because if I want to ice it on stream, it will need to cool. So that needs to like happen first because I need cool cake. After we make the cake, we'll do the icing because that should probably also cool a little bit after it's been whipped. Then, while the cake is while somewhere in between there, I'm going to do that beet salad recipe that I finished. I'm going to roast the beets at some point towards kind of the icing stage. Maybe we'll make the icing, then we'll roast the beets, then we'll ice the cake, then we'll finish the beet salad. Anyway, I'm going to make this beet salad at some point this afternoon too, because I need to test this recipe, and I'd like to do that now that I don't have to like, because I just want to test it, that's all. And I don't really want to do that tomorrow. If I have time to do it on stream today, great. I will. I was also just like, I just had the thought, like, maybe I could make pound cake too. But pound cake takes a long time in the oven. I looked it up last night. It takes like 90 minutes in the oven. Not all carrot cakes are created equal. No, Ellie, they're not. I have one. This is the one I made last time. It's from Sally's Baking Addiction, which is a well-known blog, like, you know, known, tested, has a staff. Like, they do good recipes. Sally's Baking Addiction tests their recipes, period. Like, and you know, probably multiple times. So that one I know worked. It was pretty good. I was a little bit not annoyed. I was a little bit like miffed. I felt it was a little like flaky, like it fell apart. It didn't stick the cake aspect, not the icing. The icing was like glue, which was good. Like a glue, not bad glue, negative. Goddamn. Anyway, I'm gonna choose my words better today. We'll try it starting now. The cake was a little bit crummy. So we're not going back to this recipe. I am going to use the recipe from the new best recipe, my personal favorite cookbook. We're using the carrot cake recipe, carrot cake with cream cheese frosting. They also laid out a significant amount of text and verbiage about making carrot cake and why they selected the methods they selected. It's very in the weeds. So we're gonna go with this one. You all right? Can you look in the fridge? Yeah, you can look in the fridge. Yes, go ahead, please. Whatever. I'm not trying to stop you. I said that about the cable because if we call and like threaten, they may give us some like better deal on something else instead of just like straight up. Yes, go ahead. You can have that's left over.
Show us live on the apps.
Yeah.
Which, if that's the case, we don't need the cable.
Right. Like if you can watch Big Brother live on Paramount Plus app,
Then I don't fucking need the cable.
then we definitely don't need cable.
Isn't it?
What the hell else do I don't watch anything live. Who has cable? Does anyone actually maintain a cable subscription? We do. But only because CBS in Philadelphia is a broadcast nightmare. They actually don't broadcast into Center City over like your antenna. And the only way to watch Big Brother live is to have cable. Or at least it has been. Crummy or crummy, Shayna? Yeah. Yes, both. Well, Uma, welcome in. Good morning. Crummy as in like CRUMB. It was like it fell apart. Oh, you only stream, no cable. We only have cable for CBS. Like literally, I don't watch anything else on it. And if I think back to everything I've watched on cable this year, like the only thing I watched live on the TV that I actually cared about was the Super Bowl, which is only because the Eagles were in it. And I absolutely could have like watched that somewhere else on like, I think it was live streaming on YouTube or some shit. I don't know. I'm sure that you could stream it. I'm sure you could probably pay a one-time fee if you wanted to. Anyway, Gwen texted me as I was going live and was like, should I cancel cable right now or should I wait? And I was like, no, wait. Because if you, like, I feel like if you call, you can get like a better, like they might, whatever. They might be like, please don't go. And you're like, I'm going to go anyway. How about better internet? And they're like, okay. You know what I mean? Like something like that. So I'd like to just call them and ask to speak to a manager like four times. Oh my God, I do love it. I love it. Lately, I've been Karening all over our elected politicians via phone calls.
Sure, it'll do a lot of it.
I left the worst voicemail from John Fetterman. Oh my God. A cyborg, welcome in. Good morning. Crumbly or crumby. Yeah, like it fell apart. This is the recipe I'm gonna use. I also found one on the kitchen, reputable website.
Oh, on? Oh, the oven.
Yeah, the oven's on. Yeah. I also found one on the kitchen that included a can of crushed pineapple. And it was like, don't worry, it adds moisture to the cake. And I was like, I don't think the cake needs more moisture. Like, it's got carrots in it. It's got a ton of moisture already. This recipe in this book spends a significant amount of time talking about reducing the moisture in the recipe. So after I read this, I then What's what?
What is this chunk?
Oh, that's a cheese rind. You could totally eat that or just toss it in the compost. It's the end of the Parmesan cheese that I put in this sauce. I'd like to speak to the manager. You just won the lottery. You won like the cheese rind lottery. You always like cheese in your pasta. There you go. There's a big chunk of it. Fellow says I have a cable modem, but I don't pay for cable TV. Yeah, we do Verizon, and it's like one modem, but we also have a cable box, like
We wouldn't have that annoying
box thing.
Box?
We wouldn't have the box anymore. You're right.
Yeah. That would be great.
Cool.
Anyway, you're making characters.
Get the cheapest bill I can. I'm lucky if I have the choice of 4 providers, so you can play the game. Yeah, same, and we are too. You know, every year or two, you have to call and like tell them you're gonna leave, and then they'll just change your bill back to being cheap again, and then they like bump it in the interim. Sneaky. Let's read this recipe though. Oh, I want to put some pecans in here too. Wow. When I stand like this, you can't even tell that Gwen's directly behind me. Weird.
My acids.
Ta-da!
Bye, Karen.
Whatever.
You are. Make it good.
Thanks, Gwen. I will.
Make sure it's moist.
Thanks. Okay, let's read this recipe. Enough dawdling. If you like nuts on your cake, it says stir 1.5 cups of toasted chopped pecans or walnuts into the batter along with the carrots. Raisins are also a good addition. 1 cup can be added along with the carrots. If you add both nuts and raisins, the cake will need an additional 10 to 12 minutes in the oven. See the results of our cream cheese tasting on page 762. Okay, so I am going to add both nuts and raisins, despite the objections of my family, because I'm making the carrot cake primarily for my taste, because I was the one that wanted it first. Calvin wanted it second. He didn't really want raisins in it either, but like, I don't know, suffer. I'm going to toast these pecans first, though. Carly, welcome in. Good morning. If having to pick the raisins out of your carrot cake is the most disruptive and annoying thing that happened to you today, you're doing just fine. I promise you. And that's kind of my thought. I want the raisins. That's how it's going to go. 1.5 cups of toasted chopped pecans. Okay. We're going to do exactly what it said. Right, Blaster. Good morning. Can I do a dab? Define. Please define farther. What do you mean by the word dab? Like yes, but also no? Hoping for a big carrot yield in the garden. Carrot cake with homegrown carrots would be so satisfying. Like a dab with the hands. Just dab right there. There we go. Oh, hold on. All right, I got you. I know that's I think that's what you meant. I'm not really sure. Let's toast these pecans. Let me put a timer on, or else what'll happen with the pecans is I'll forget and they'll burn. Maybe a 5-minute timer? How long do pecans take to toast? I don't know. All right, let's look at what else we need in this recipe. Maybe I'll get my ingredients out too at the same time. No. Yes. All-purpose flour. Flour, baking powder, baking soda. All right, let's get those out of the cabinet. That is flour. I'm pretty sure I'm going to need brown sugar at some point. Pretty sure I'm going to need granulated sugar at some point. We'll just get that right out now. Also going to need powdered sugar at some point, I'm certain, so we'll get that out too. Flour, baking powder, baking soda. Those were the first ones that I wanted though. If they don't want raisins in the carrot cake, they can buy the crappy carrot cake that I got at the store the other day, which didn't have raisins, which is why it was crappy. Yeah. Like I had crappy carrot cake already. I don't want to leave the raisins out. I like the raisins. They add moisture. Flour, baking soda, baking powder. Cinnamon is in that cabinet because it's a larger thing. Nutmeg, cloves. Nutmeg. I didn't check to see if I had any of this stuff, so I'm pretty sure I do. Okay. Yeah, nutmeg. How much nutmeg do I need? Hopefully it's not like a ton. No, it's a half teaspoon. Got it. Nutmeg, cloves, salt I have, carrots are in the fridge. Granulated sugar, light brown sugar. Light brown sugar. Pretty sure this brown sugar is light enough. I have that. And vegetable oil. And vegetable oil. We don't need this much vegetable oil. It's just the container that it's in. Okay, and 4 large eggs. Oof. The precious eggs. The very precious eggs. Okay. And 4 eggs. Large, it says. For the cream cheese frosting, I need 8 ounces of cream cheese. Softened, but still cool. 5 tablespoons of unsalted butter, softened, but still cool. So I need 10 I'm going to double my cream cheese recipe. 1, because I really love cream cheese icing. And I will use it as a dip for apples. Just being real with y'all. 2, if I have enough time today, I might try to make those little like carrots on the top of the slices just to be obnoxious about it. And I want to have a little extra cream cheese to dye green and orange. And do that if I have time. I probably won't have time, but I might have time. Maybe. Butter's out on the counter. Sour cream, I do not need to get out. That should stay in the fridge. Vanilla extract and confectioner sugar. I do not have... Let's see. I have 1 and... Perfect. Here's another bag of confectioner sugar. Yay! Alrighty. This is a little farther down the line. The icing is. We're gonna get the cake baked first. All right. I'm gonna check the pecans in just a second. Been watching carrots, randomly dumped carrots, slowly decompose as you pass them. That actually sounds really like satisfying in a long form way. I would be like the day that they're not there for whatever reason, you're gonna be like, oh, I wanted to know how the story ended. You don't get to know. A very slow form thing. That sounds really fun. That's like a weirdly satisfying thing. How long did it take you to notice they were there? Was it like... I mean, maybe I guess you see them on day one. But like... It's like day 3 where you register, oh, they're still there. They're probably not going to move. Like, that's when that thought like sinks in. They're mossy. I'm just definitely surprised that they haven't been like picked up yet. I agree. All right, timer's up. Ding! All right, these are not toasted yet. They're not toasted yet. Let's put these back in the oven. We'll give those another 5 minutes. Pecans are a bit thicker. So we'll give another 5 minutes on those. All right. Let's get started with a baking process. You're not surprised that they're not picked up. I feel like maybe, I don't know what kind of maybe your critters don't. Maybe your critters don't like carrots, and maybe they reached a certain point where the animals don't want them either. Did I set a new nut timer? I did. Very sneakily and quietly, without saying anything about it. I did. Thank you for asking. Because this is definitely the point where I would forget. Oh, they just need a few more minutes. 20 minutes later. Adjust the oven rack to the middle position. Done. Heat the oven to 350. Done. Spray a 13 by 9 inch baking pan with nonstick cooking spray. Okay. I don't want to do that. So we're going to have some discrepancies with timing on this recipe. Because I would like to bake these in round pans and be able to stack them. If I put them in a 13 by 9, I guess if I put them in a 13 by 9 pan, I could cut them into slabs and stack them like, boom, 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 like 3 up on a slab. I'd kind of rather just bake them in their own round pan though. Because I have like round cake pans for that purpose. So I'm going to do that. All right. But we'll do that. We'll spray it with cooking spray. We'll line the bottom of it with parchment paper, and we'll spray the parchment paper again with cooking spray. Easy. It will change the cooking time. It'll likely reduce the cooking time. Maybe. We'll see. Whisk together the flour, baking powder, baking soda, spices, and salt in a medium bowl and set aside. So you whisk your dries. Yeah, when they're sprouting green, Woma, that's when the raccoons are like, nah, we got trash to worry about. Possums, I don't know what critters are available in your neck of the woods. Here in the city of Philadelphia, it would be raccoons or possums, skunks, cats. What did I see? I've seen groundhogs before. Those are always wild. You're like, what the hell are you doing? Where did you come from? They're kind of wild. Squirrels. Yeah, squirrels. Chipmunks. Florida. Yeah, there are definitely lots of critters in Florida. I was thinking like deer around here. Like what would be if you were to like put a pile of carrots out on the ground, what would probably eat the bulk of them, a deer. Not in the city, but just in general. A white-tailed deer, specifically. There's lots of them. So we whisk together the dries. Dan, welcome in. Good day. In a food processor fitted with the large shredding disc, shred the carrots. You should have about 3 cups. Add the carrots to the bowl with the dry ingredients and set aside. Wipe out the food processor and fit with the metal blade. Process both sugars with the eggs until frothy and thoroughly combined, about 20 seconds. With the machine running, add the oil through the feed tube in a steady stream. Process until the mixture is light in color and well emulsified, about 20 seconds longer. Scrape the mixture into a large bowl. Stir in the carrots and dry ingredients until incorporated and no streaks of flour remain. Pour into the prepared pan and bake until a toothpick or skewer inserted into the center of the cake comes out clean, 35 to 40 minutes. Rotating the pan from front to back halfway through the baking time. Cool the cake to room temperature in the pan on a wire rack, about 2 hours. For the frosting. Okay, yep. They all want you to do that in the food processor as well. Sounds good. We'll get to that later. Okay. Easy. So we basically put the flour, baking powder, baking soda, spices, and salt. Put all the dries into a small bowl. Process everything else. Process the wets in a food processor. And we stir everything into a large bowl. So what we want to do is, I want to make sure that I have a weight of the bowl that everything ends in, so that I can distribute the cake evenly between the 3 pans. I want to be able to know what my batter weighs, and I need to remember to do that. Bellows. That sounds like a fun little critter friend to have. A little groundhog that comes out when you mow your grass. The rabbits would be all around the house trying really hard to make baby noise. This sounds so cute and also like terrifying when they achieve their objective. A rabbit orgy. Love a rabbit orgy. Darlene on YouTube, welcome in. I'm doing great relative to other things, I suppose. Doing well. I hope you are as well. Doing well. Excuse me. I could walk to them and they're looking at me like, why are you here? You are on their turf. In their rabbit vision. I managed to do it. I drank an entire mug of hot liquid while it was hot the first time. You may be proud of me. Thank you. Okay, let's get these dries in a bowl. I wish they use grams. I don't understand why the new best recipe from America's Test Kitchen can't put the weight of flour in grams. It says 12.5 ounces. What does that even mean? I know what it means. But like, why? Totally different house, more in suburbia. The suburban rabbits are a little bit more timid. I remember I used to work in a place that was it was very rural, extremely rural. And one of the guys that I worked with lived in a house and had like a big yard outside. It was a house on like a bunch of acres, like nothing around you, your own property. And he kept a rifle in the bathroom because there was a window in his bathroom that looked out onto a big field that you could just sit where one sits in the bathroom and look out the window directly into this field. And you see where this is going, right? Anyway, they did not have a critter problem in their field. And I would not want to go anywhere near this person's house if I was a stranger. So I guess objective achieved. I would not want to go near this house if I lived near them or knew them. I didn't want to go to this person's house having worked with them. But yeah, that was a weird thing to find out. Like, I was at the person's house and I'm like, "Can I use your bathroom?" I'm like, "Okay." And I go in the bathroom, there's like a literal gun in the bathroom. And I'm like, what? What are we doing here? I need the plate for this. Where is it? This one. The shredding plate. Like, hey man, you got a rifle in your bathroom. What's with that? It's like, oh yeah. He told me all about what he shoots with it out the window while he's using the bathroom, and I'm like, dude, you are insane. I get it. I guess it's better than staring at your phone on the toilet. Maybe. Okay, let's get this plugged in. Come on. Why is that not plugging in? That's weird. Hooting and pooping. Exactly. I was like, that's, okay. It's okay. If that's your thing, like, I'm not gonna judge you for it. Like, in a world where I enjoyed that, it seems like it would be fun. Semi-rural, like an acre. That does make sense. Yeah, like just enough land where you could like have some trees on it, Medium bowl. Let's also let me line these cake pins first. I'm judging. Right. Which is like, I mean, in the retelling of that story, you can kind of, I'm sure you can tell where I fall on the like, is this normal and acceptable behavior? Plot twist. I'm not really, I was like, okay. It was very rural. I'm just like, what do you, I don't think I would be. So he wasn't doing anything with them. That's the thing. Like, whatever he's like shooting out the window, like rabbits or squirrels or whatever, it wasn't like it was for a purpose. Like, that was where I was like, I don't really like this, But if it's like, you got it there for the one or two deer a year that you can bag out your window and you like, process them and have a freezer full of deer meat, like, go for it. That's that whole like private property thing. You can do what you want. Although if you only have an acre, you probably can't hunt on it. Or I don't know, maybe you are allowed to shoot a firearm. Who knows? I don't. All right, we're just going to cut these. And draw a little. Let me get one of my son's pencils. He's always got pencils over here. I feel like that would be better for this purpose than a marker. Oh, hold on. I shouldn't throw that out. Siflif says we got rid of gophers because they dig holes the cows would break a leg in, but it doesn't sound like he had livestock. No. This was a caretaking job at a had nothing to do with farming or animal control. There's no way I could have taken care of that huge yard anymore. Well, that feels about right. Yeah, when you're sort of like, it's a lot. If you actively are taking care of a yard, that's a lot of work. I just remember, like, when I was a kid, I had to mow the yard, and we had a front yard and a backyard, and it was like, it'd take like hours, and you got to do it like regularly. I feel like if I ever owned any type of property, I would not maintain it at all in a like landscaped way. I would maintain it in a way of like letting it be as wild as possible. Megan, welcome in. Good day. All right, just a little bit more off the top. A riding lawnmower. I did not. I had a push mower that I used when I was a kid. I think that was probably one of my mom's favorite milestones, was when I was able to use the lawnmower. I could start it myself, and I could mow. And I think when she didn't have to do that anymore, she was like, hell yeah. Our landscapes, animals, and gardens, Ellie says. I love that. Cyberk, you've been working for years to turn yours into a more of a natural meadow. I think, like, just I would enjoy it from a like environmental perspective, but just being very honest with myself, I'm not going to mow a lawn. I don't want to mow lawns. I want to do other things with my time. I do not want to mow a lawn with my time. My yard looks horrible compared to like a bunch of other people's. Yeah, if all you're doing is like mowing it, you're not like fretting over like little, I don't know, little bald spots or whatever. I think that's like, yeah, if the bare minimum is okay, then that's like exactly what I would do too. Like, it says we have a super small yard. My husband jokes about cementing it over. You know? I feel... I mean, I remember being a kid and having to mow the lawn and being like, I hate this. This is the worst. And I get it. As a kid, you're like, oh, it's one of those chores. You just got to do it. Whatever. And as an adult, I'm like, no, I still hate it. We're going to cut these. I'm going to cut these, and then we're going to take our first little 3-minute break of the stream. During that time, I am going to do the like 5 dishes in the sink in preparation for more dishes. As there will be more dishes momentarily. All right. Lily says, I don't have an HOA, but we have overzealous ordinance officers with nothing else to do. Oh, and they'll write you a ticket. That's annoying. That's like, get out of here. What a waste. Like, no offense to the folks that do that job. Like, I'm glad that they have a job to do and that, you know, we're giving people employment. But like, that just feels like so big brothery. All right. We're cutting. We're confirming that it fits. It fits. Beautiful. Trinderella, welcome in. Hello. A small pathway from the house to the back alley. Wasabi likes to walk back there and doesn't like to walk in the tall meadow. Aw. Well, yeah, you gotta look out for Wasabi. That is true. I bet Wasabi loves the fact that it's less manicured. I bet there's like more little critters and birds and other little furry friends that frequent your yard more often. Snakes, things like that. Like interesting stuff for, you know, a cat. Or a human. Oh, god damn it. What did I say? What did I say? I said, this is the point where I burn the pecans. I set a timer. The timer went off. I turned the timer off. And then I didn't take them out of the oven. Son of a bitch. See? At least I know. At least I know. At least I'm extremely self-aware. Yeah, these are burnt to a crisp, and there's no way we're going to use these. Okay. What are these? Those are walnuts. Those are flavored walnuts. What flavor are those walnuts? If they are a flavor that is acceptable to carrot cake, they're going in out of spite. Okay. At least the oven's warm. I literally always make sure I have double the nuts I need because I burn them so often. Yup, those are the only pecans I had. What are these? Oh, those are going to be good. Okay. Oh, these are churro walnuts. I'm not going to toast these to put them in, but I am going to put them in. They're like spiced walnuts. That'll be really good. Okay. See, meant to do it all along. Just kidding. Totally messed that up in a very extremely predictable way. Critters love your yard values. Of course they do. Okay. Oh, dude, that bunny was clearly not in a good spot. All right, we're gonna play a game of Words on Stream. We're gonna run a 3-minute ad. We'll be right back. Here comes the ad. Here comes Words on Stream. BRB.
Hi. Welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
It's a happy accident. You're right. It was a happy accident. I love the Bob Ross. Oh. Oh, what did I want to do? I wanted to do these few dishes. That's what I wanted to do. We'll do that. We'll do that right quick. Trying not to get hung up on dishes today. I'd like to avoid a lot of dishes into the sink at the end of this. But that should be achievable because we're only making a cake. It's not like I'm making dinner. Actually making 3 cakes, but three cakes from one batter. That counts as one. Because then they're coming back together. So I guess that means, I don't know. Damn! Y'all destroyed that. That was like not even fair. I mean, it was fair, but it wasn't fair to the puzzle. Y'all didn't give the puzzle a chance to do good or to be hard. Watch now. This one's going to just be absolutely impossible. All right. Just a couple of dishes. Just a couple of dishes. I haven't done the dish cam in a while. I guess I could do that. It's been a hot minute since we had the dish cam. Mainly because it's usually on the stove. Looking at stove things. Wow. All right. Good one, y'all. I didn't even get a chance to finish a single sink load of dishes in the time that ad ran. What else did I do? Did I mess up? I was messing around with something else. I'm pretty sure. Anyway, we're back. Welcome back. If y'all were experiencing an ad break on Twitch, thanks for your patience. I think the white balance needs to be adjusted on that overhead view, doesn't it? Yes. There. Now it's better. It should be more white and less blue. Mrs. Syntax, welcome in. Happy Thursday. I'm scrolling back up just to see what I missed. Ellie, I hope you get a little caffeinated jolt here. Megan, yeah, the spiced walnuts, I'm not going to toast these because like they're already spiced and like ready to go. But we'll get those in there instead. No problem. And now the oven's just on, which is great. Medium bowl. I'm going to, let's see, 2.5 cups of unbleached all-purpose flour. Let's see what this says. So all-purpose flour, it says 1 cup is 142, right? So if I want 2.5 cups, I do 142 times 2.5 is 355. 355 grams. Which is going to be, yeah, 12.5 ounces. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna do 355 grams. I'm gonna write that in this book just so like next time I remember. Grab it, handwriting. Let's get this all done. Blaze King, welcome in. Good morning. Or maybe morning. I don't know if it's morning for you. It's morning for me. It's not morning for me. It's 12:12. It's afternoon. Good day. Or evening. Happy time zone. I hope your lived human experience today is going according to plan. 315, 355 grams of flour, right on the nose. All right, I'm going to put this away. As I'm finishing these things, I'm going to take them off the counter because I hate counter clutter. Counter clutter. I do like saying it though. It's got some T's in it, which is good. 1.25 teaspoons of baking powder. Okay. Moving to the country, I'm gonna eat me a lot of peaches. Baking powder. So we'll do 1 teaspoon and a quarter teaspoon of baking powder. Baking soda, I need 1 teaspoon of baking soda. Let's do a teaspoon of baking soda. 1 1/4 teaspoon of ground cinnamon. Cinnamon is what I add all the dries together, right? Flour, baking powder, baking soda, spices, and salt. 1 1/4 teaspoons of ground cinnamon, somewhere over here. There it is. That's 1 1/4 cinnamon. 1/2 teaspoon of nutmeg. Uh, 1/8 teaspoon ground cloves. We're just going to do a 1/4 teaspoon because I don't know if I can measure 1/8 teaspoon. That doesn't seem like anything. Of ground cloves. And then 1/2 teaspoon of salt. We're going to use kosher salts. 1/2 teaspoon of kosher salts. Beautiful. All right, I am also, let me look at this other recipe. So the Sally's Baking Addiction recipe that I used on the last time I made carrot cake has some different spices in it. So let's see what else they have. Cinnamon, cloves, ginger. Okay, they have a teaspoon of ginger, and then I added cardamom in here too. So I actually love that for this. So I'm gonna do that again and add a little bit of both of those things. Maybe a little less ginger and a little more cardamom. And I think that should be it. Wait, is it? I forget. I always forget if it's cardamom. I think it's coriander that's lemon, right? Yes. Yes. It is definitely coriander that's lemon. Okay, I don't want that. I do want 1/2 teaspoon of cardamom. And we'll do a 1/4 teaspoon of ginger. So I don't love a lot of ginger, but I do like when there's like a little tiny bit, when you can have like a hint. And carrot cake itself is like a little, it's okay if it's got like a little spiciness to it somehow, because it is otherwise extremely rich. Okay, so those are all of my dries. I added salt to that. Did I add salt to that? I did add salt to that. Yes. Because yes, I did, because I wiped the pepper off into the compost bin. Whisk these together. Mr. Lovingly, welcome in. A bomb pork fillet dish with there's nothing left because of the bomb. I see what you did there. That was a good dad joke. We'll take that one. All right, we are making carrot cake. We've got our dries all mixed together. I got our dries all mixed together. Now, it says, in the food processor fitted with the large shredding disc, which it is right now. Is it on? Yep, it's working. Shred the carrots. Add the carrots to the bowl with the dry ingredients and set aside. Okay, so we're going to add the raisins and the walnuts in this step. So let's add the raisins and the walnuts first. It says, yeah, add the pecans or walnuts into the batter along with the carrots. Okay, so we'll just add those first. We'll add those like now, because we're gonna add the carrots momentarily once we blend them all. So why not? I don't think this bowl is large enough ultimately for all the things that I want, but that's okay. Where's my cup measure? Oh, it's over on the sink because I just washed it. It's wet. We'll use a different one. I'm glad that you're not actively trying to recreate the dish, for myriad reasons. All right, I want to chop these walnuts up though, because they are large and will be too chunky if I don't. So what does it say? 1.5 cups of toasted nuts. I've got 1 cup, and then here's a half. Now these are spiced, so there's like a little sugar, a little bit of cinnamon or whatever on here, but I don't think it's going to change the dish itself because they're already like the nuts are just coated. They're not. I'm not like adding it in. It probably won't leach into the batter all that much. Okay. Looney is an interesting dish to to pass down generationally. That's for sure. Okay. Walnuts. Here they are. I'm just going to cut these a little bit. Chop them just slightly. If I put these in the food processor, it would be too much. I will say that in a carrot cake, I don't mind larger chunks of nuts, but still, I don't want them to be huge. These are like walnut halves. Or they're not walnut halves, they're walnut pieces, but they're big. They're meaty. So just kind of keeping these lined up with my fingers, just chopping little bits at a time. There we go. Okay, that should be good. I'm gonna add these by hand like this, and then there's gonna be a little bit of like dust, walnut dust on my cutting board. I don't really want that in there. I just want the whole pieces. So there'll be a little loss. It's okay. Looney, you did not chase out people. No worries. I mean, maybe, I don't know, but that's their problem. It's fine. Sometimes I just talk forever, and you know, it happens too. All right, nuts are good. Just getting the last like larger chunks off of here. Fudge darling, welcome in. Welcome. Hello. Good afternoon. Good day. It's afternoon for me. All right, we have some nut dust on the cutting board. Let's go brush that off into the compost bin. And now we're going to add the raisins. And then we'll be ready to move on to the carrots. Then we'll have to bake a cake. Like, we still got to bake the cake. It's got to cool. There's a lot, you know, we're working towards it. The baking is the first thing today. That's gotta happen before anything else. All right, we're gonna add a cup of raisins in here too. So we added a cup of walnuts. We'll add a cup of raisins. Does it have a weight for a cup on here? 1/4 cup, 40 grams. Perfect. Okay, so we want 4, 8, 12, 16, 160 grams. How many grams are in this package? 340. It's a little less, a little less than half the package. I just surprised myself when I pulled that knife out of that block there. I was expecting a completely different knife, and it was like the very short one. Wait, what did I say? 4, 8, 12, 160. Right. Okay. I was wait 162, 161, 160. Perfect. Got it. Just perfect. All right. We'll bag on these. I haven't bought raisins in a box like this, I feel like, since I was a kid. Like an actual box of raisins. This is what the raisins, this is what like raisins were when I was younger. Like we always had this box in the house. And I was in the store and I was like, oh, that looks familiar. It's kind of they've been in the like the little rounder cans with the plastic lid. I feel like I see them all the time, but I haven't seen the like boxes in a minute. It doesn't matter. No one else in this house eats raisins, just me. So, all right, I need a pound of carrots. Peeled, it says. Why are you peeling them? You're literally shredding them. What the hell are you peeling them for? I don't get it. Like, I literally never... Does this say anything about carrots? Why are we peeling them? Why do we peel carrots for a recipe like this? Oh. Ellie, enjoy your day. Thank you for coming through. So, and good luck. Good luck. I do like dried cranberries too. I thought about cranberries in this, but I've never had cranberries in carrot cake, so I was like, I don't know. It doesn't quite feel right. It didn't feel right in like my heart. All right, it says a pound of carrots. This is a 1 pound bag of carrots. So, hopefully this is the right amount. Yeah, carrot cake, classic carrot. 1 pound, 6 to 7 medium carrots, peeled. Well, we'll trim them. I'm not going to peel these out of on principle, though. I will trim them, but I think I can't be bothered to like peel carrots. That's not going to happen here. I will trim them and I will wash them. And that is the extent. Unless they give a reason for peeling something, I rarely will peel anything. Okay. Yeah, maybe let's get like the last little bits of dirt off of them. They do grow in the ground after all. I think these carrots are pretty clean already. Clearly they were washed and processed, probably several times. There we go. All right. Great. 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 Great is in fact the next step. It's what you're going to do with the carrots right now with this food processor. Sofuf, are you considering making cake today? Metnos, are they organic carrots? You know what? They are, in fact, organic carrots. They were the only ones that came in a 1 pound bag in the store. These are 17 ounces. That's 17 ounces worth of carrots. That is too many carrots. Okay, wow, they gave me more than I needed. That's generous and great. Okay, good. That is 16.05 ounces. So that's perfect. That's exactly 1 pound, which is exactly what it calls for. And now, in case the dog shows up today, in case we want to build a snowman, probably for the dog. Anyway, if Daisy's around, Daisy? Where are you? Are you in sight? No, she's not in sight. She's not in the room at all. So she may be around, she may not. In a food processor, and shred the carrots. Add the carrots to the bowl with the dry ingredients. Great. Can I use grams? Yes. If you were looking for a pound of grams, that would be 74 grams. 453. Close enough. Close enough. Oh, wait. No, we can't. We can't take the lid off with the disc spinning. Okay. This is always like the most fun. All right. Got one last little like piece of carrot that sort of didn't make it through, but otherwise we look good. If you're looking for a pound of RAM, listen. It's somewhere around that number, yeah. Metnos, I could put a wet cloth under it. That's a good idea. That would certainly work. I could put my little non-slip mat under there. I usually use this under the cutting board. I have one of those like drawer liner rubber mats. I might do that in a moment here when we're doing the other stuff, but that was the big lift right there. All right. All the carrots were like the most work this thing's gonna do today. And get that out of there. And let's get this out. And we're going to use this food processor again right away. For the sugars and the egg and the vanilla. Let's get all the carrot out of here first. Yeah. There we go. Interesting. Sorry, I just had a thought. Thank you for allowing me to indulge that thought momentarily. What kind of food processor? This is the Cuisinart 14 cup. It's a good one. It's a little I think it might be larger. I think they sell a smaller model. I feel like I remember when I got this that I was like, I should just get the larger one because it is going to end up being too small eventually, no matter what size I get. Jamie, welcome in. I had to jump in to check in. Well, you're welcome to do so. You're welcome to lurk or leave a lurk or go about your day. Whatever you need, Jamie. I hope you're doing well. Watchmakering, welcome in. Last time I made a carrot cake, I reduced the juices from the carrots down a bit and added that in with the fresh puree. Also added the liquid. That does sound good. I didn't do anything. I just shredded these carrots. I didn't do anything to juice them. So they are definitely going to give up a lot of their liquid at some point here. In the next little bit. I realize when they said a medium bowl that I probably should have used a large bowl. Or maybe my idea of what a medium bowl is a little bit not what their idea of the medium bowl is. Because this is a medium bowl in my head. I'm just kind of mixing this in. This all gets mixed into the liquid anyway, so I'm not like super worried, but it does say to mix it beforehand. And you kind of want to get flour. My understanding with a carrot cake is that you want to get the carrots sort of covered in flour so that they are not clumping. So I'm just trying right now to like give this a little stir. Make sure I don't have any flour pockets or carrot pockets, that it's just like evenly distributed. Because then when we add it into the wets, it will suspend itself nicely in the liquid instead of sinking. Right. The cookie taps. Barely get a signal at work for Twitch. Twitch, man, it was wild. I was trying to watch streams when I was up in Toronto, and the internet where I was staying was really crappy. And it just barely had enough bandwidth to watch a stream. I was like, what is going on? I think it was a DSL line and not like a fiber or whatever, which probably explains a lot. All right, I think I'm good here. I don't see any more significant clumps. I'm sort of unearthing them as we go along. Similar thing with the banana bread. It does sound time consuming, but yeah, it's one of the, use an extra banana, boil them, strain it, and reduce the juices. I mean, you're just condensing the flavor though. That sounds really good. Like, that sounds like it sounds like one of those like nice if you can do it. Like, definitely do it if you have time and the capacity and energy to make that happen. Because you're just adding a ton of flavor. I think that sounds great. All right, that is mixed and incorporated. Yeah, the banana bread. See, I like banana bread with like distinct chunks of banana in it that are like soft and squishy. Like, I love visible banana in banana bread. Some folks are like anti. I'm a big fan of like chunky stuff like that, but again, to each their own. If I am making banana bread, I love trying to leave it a little bit chunkier maybe than others would. So fluff. Happy Wednesday. Drive safe. Enjoy your outing. Thank you. Garnish the top. Yeah. Do like a half banana slice or whatever. I always find that when you do that, like it doesn't rise as well around those bananas, but those bananas on top make a big difference. I love that. I've only done that a couple times with the banana bread. Sometimes I don't think about it, and then it's in the oven, and I'm like, oh shit, I should have done that. Wipe out the food processor and fit with the metal blade. Metal blade. All right. Process both sugars with the eggs until frothy and thoroughly combined, about 20 seconds. Okay, both sugars. Let's do it. I need to weigh a large bowl before I'm just saying this out loud so I remember to do it, unless someone wants to remind me. But I want to weigh my large bowl before I put my before I add any of the wet stuff to it, or add anything to it, so that I can have an accurate weight for the batter, so I can divide it into 3. Okay, both sugars. How much sugars do I need? I need 10.5 ounces of granulated sugar. Okay, where's my granulated sugar? Here's the bowl for the granulated sugar. Watchmakering, that definitely happens. I mean, already today on stream, I burned something. I burned the pecans that I was toasting earlier. 10.5 ounces of granulated sugar. 7, 8, 9, 10.1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 10.5 ounces of granulated sugar, 3.5 ounces of light brown sugar. That's not a lot of light brown sugar. But that means I will definitely maybe get to use up all of this bag. 3.5 ounces. 1, 2, 3.1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3.5. 3.6. All right, just emptied the rest of that bag into there because I'm not putting 0.1 ounces of light brown sugar in a bag back in the cabinet for later. That's not in the cards today. All right, I am going to put the rest of this stuff back in the cabinet right now, though, as I'm standing here, because I hate having stuff out on the counter. I can see it from my peripheral vision, and it's visual clutter. I don't like that. I don't mind it, and sometimes I'm blind to it, but in this instance, it will bother me. And then I need 4 eggs, 4 large eggs. Here we go. Kathy, we're working on it. 1, I've almost got the cake in the oven. 2, 3. Now it's not going to take as long in the oven, I don't think, as the recipe says. Come on, there we go. 3, 4. 4. Oh, I got a shell in there. That's fine. It landed on top of sugar. That's easy to pick up. Just, 4 eggs. Wash my hands. Oh, right. I need to... It rinse off the top of the food processor here. It's got a bunch of carrots on it, and I'm going to need it here in about 10 seconds. All right. Okay. Got our food processor. This goes back on here. And then we process both sugar with the eggs until frothy and thoroughly combined, about 20 seconds. With the machine running, add the oil through the feed tube in a steady stream. Process until the mixture is light in color and well emulsified, about 20 seconds longer. Scrape the mixture into a large bowl. Stir the carrots and dry ingredients in until incorporated and no streaks of flour remain. Pour the prepared pan and bake until toothpick. Okay, so pause. first couple things here. I need to prepare my pans to put my batter into, because right now they are lined, but they're not sprayed. So we need to get them oiled. I want to weigh a large bowl in order to better measure here. So wait, what do we have? Let's tare grams. Okay, this is 274 grams. So even if I forget later, I know how much this weighs. And now we need to grease those pans. Let's do that. Grease the pans, measure the oil. Let's also measure the oil. 1.5 cups of safflower, canola, or vegetable oil. So 1.5 cups of oil. A lot of oil. Mm. 1 tablespoon, 15 milliliters. What do I need? A cup and a half. So that should be equals times 15. That's 360, roughly 360 grams of oil. So let's cup and a half. Nope. Okay. No, that's a cup and a half, and that is, says 12 ounces. It's not 12 ounces because oil is heavy. It's 11.4. Cool. Carrot cake masquerades as something healthy. Yeah, when it was marketed a couple decades ago, it was like, yeah, it's like part of the trend of like new healthy dessert, right? But obviously that's not true. Like, oh yeah, it doesn't have any butter in it, but it's got a cup and a half of oil. Good luck out there. It is absolutely a cake. It is undeniably a cake. I mean, it is in the name. We can start with that. All right, we need to grease these pans. So I'm doing a 3 round Mickey Mouse impression. Three round cakes. These will take a little less time to cook than my others, but let's grease these. I have a little olive oil. I'm just going to use that. Line the bottom of each pan. Spray each pan with nonstick cooking spray. Line the bottom of the pan with parchment paper and spray the parchment. Okay, cool. I'm going to do that. Yeah, the icing is like, and the icing is also like pure sugar. It's a breakfast food, basically.
Just wanted to call you early and say Happy New Year's before I get too black out or brown out or one of the browns. I mean out. Whatever. Love you. Bye.
Yeah, it's a breakfast food. Okay. Pans are lined and greased. Great. Now, I think, ready for, I'm ready to put things into the pan. The last step before putting them in the pan is the oil. I have that measured. No, the last step is combining everything, but everything is all ready to go in this bowl. Bowl is Bowl is zeroed, scale's zeroed out, bowl is ready to go. I need to just do the next steps of this recipe then. Because we're ready for everything else. Process both sugars with the eggs until frothy and thoroughly combined, about 20 seconds. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Thoroughly frothy and thoroughly combined. Okay, let's get the rest of the sugar off the side. The rest of the sugar off the side. Sugar off the top. I'm going to give this a couple more seconds here. It doesn't look quite frothy yet, but well, there it is. Okay. With the machine running, add the oil through the feed tube in a steady stream. Process until the mixture is light in color and well emulsified, about 20 seconds longer. Great. Here we go. Come along. I'm just doing this very slowly. It sounds different. The sound has changed. It's more consistent sound. There's less choppy, less blade impact. Sounds more liquidy. See to ask, are we still on carrot cake? Yes, we are. We're just now finishing the dough or the batter. All right. Oil through the feed tube. Light in color and well emulsified. Correct. Scrape the mixture into a large bowl. Stir in the carrots and dry ingredients until incorporated and no streaks of flour remain. I think I want a larger bowl than this. I know I already zeroed that one out, but I really, really do think that this 597 gram bowl will be a better option for us. All right, let's finish with the food. Let's finish with this batter so we can get these cakes in the oven. I'm gonna take a little bit to cook, so we gotta keep moving here. I don't have like a definitive like end time in mind today. Just like FYI, I'm gonna finish when these cakes are done. But that looks beautiful. And it is, in fact, well emulsified. All right, just a second. Let's scrape this. Let's scrape this off, and we'll get the rest of the food processor. There we go. Looking good. just be sticky, I suppose. All right. Yep. Glad I got this bigger bowl. This will be easier to mix all this stuff together in. All right. We're scraped here. For the most part, a little bit left. Let's get the last of that. All right. Beautiful. Now this is the scrape the mixture into a large bowl. Stir in the carrots and dry ingredients until incorporated and no streaks of flour remain. You got it. Here we go. Got all the stuff out of this bowl. That one's finished. And now we're... Let's see. Stir all this together, and then we'll weigh the final product. And we'll have our batter, our cake batter, ready to measure between 3 cake tins. Ooh, this is thick. Looks good, though. Yeah, definitely glad I switched to this bigger bowl because it's bigger and easier to use. All right, and this, no streaks of flour. Yep. No streaks of flour. So let's measure how many grams are in this bowl. 2007. It was a very good year. So if we divide 2007, 2007 divided by 3, the number of cakes that we want, that's 669 grams per cake. Move my food processor off the counter. Wait, no, it says that I need that for the icing, which I don't really need it for the icing. This kind of whipped the whatever. We'll leave it out. We'll leave it on the counter. But now that we know it's 669 grams, roughly, call it 665 per cake. Let's put it in. Two, 3, 5, 630, 690. No, too much. 656. 667. 667. Perfect. Oh, there's my towel. It was all the way over there. Now I'm going to spread this out in the pan, obviously. And let that, I'll just completely spread that out. Edge to edge. Got pan number 1 ready to go in the oven. Uncommon, welcome in. We're baking carrot cake. All right, we got 665 more grams in this one, and then we'll scrape the rest into the other one. 540, 630, 671, a little much. 652. 662. Good. Close enough. See Films, welcome in. These are absolutely must-bake cakes. These are not no-bake cakes. There is raw egg in here, so you probably don't want to eat them. There's raw egg and raw flour. All right, now for the sake of measurement, we are going to measure this last one just to see how close we got with our scraping and measuring. See Films, welcome in. But who doesn't eat raw cookie dough? I know, right? Like, you hear stories about, like, horror stories about people who had all sorts of terrible things happen to them because they had some sort of like raw dough or raw flour reaction. Not all sorts of stories, but like it's definitely enough. Definitely, like, if you're a baker, somebody's probably sent you a story about someone like and their medical complications from ingesting raw flour. Okay. Now, what do we add? 641. Close. We're 20 grams off. 20 grams off, which is fine. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take just like the littlest little bit out of each of these and switch it up into this one. There we go. Okay, so these excuse me. Well, fortunately, this is cake dough, not cookie dough, so it's okay. That logic does not work. Good though. It is good. All right. Now, baking. 35 to 40 minutes, rotating the pan from front to back halfway through the baking time. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I want to put these in for 10 minutes at a time. When it hits 10 minutes, I'm gonna rotate them because there's 3. And they'll be at different points in the oven. And by the time 30 minutes is up, they'll each have been in each spot in the oven. And this says 35 to 40 minutes. I'm pretty sure these are going to take less time to cook. So I want to just do that. We're going to rotate them in the oven a little bit too. So that's the next step here. Yeah, we'll do 10 minutes. We'll do 10 minutes per. I think that seems reasonable. I was going to say, you're joking, right? Yes. About it being cake batter versus cookie batter? Yes. Yes, I was absolutely joking. I'm not joking about the rotation in the oven. I'm thinking in this moment it might not be great to open the oven that many times, but it's also, I'm not too worried about it. All right, here we go. Cakes. I don't want to tilt them too much because they are level. Cakes are going in the oven. One in the back left, one in the back right, one in the front. And start my timer. Okay. Those are going. Those are going. Let's see what we need to do for the icing here. The other thing I want to do today is make beet salad. I wrote the recipe for it yesterday. I finished the recipe for it yesterday. Okay, I definitely had pen like on the side of my head somewhere. I tucked this into my hat with the tip of it like up on my hair. But I'm gonna do I wrote this beet salad recipe yesterday. I need to test it before Saturday, so it's either today or tomorrow. So we're gonna do a beet salad recipe test. That has to happen after the cakes are finished in the oven, though. I'm not going to cook beets and carrot cake in the oven at the same time. So, cream cheese frosting. I need 8 ounces of cream cheese, softened but still cool. So, let's get out my 16 ounces of cream cheese. As I said, we're going to double the frosting recipe. 5 tablespoons of unsalted butter, softened but still cool. Okay, I don't have unsalted butter in this house. We have salted butter, and that's okay. I have 8 tablespoons, 9, 10. Okay, so that's right there. Sour cream is in the fridge. Vanilla extract is over there, and confectioner sugar is on the counter. Perfect. What do I do with a BA in English? What is my life going to be? Sorry, what do I do with these? A cream cheese frosting goes. When the cake is cool, process the cream cheese, butter, sour cream, and vanilla in a clean food processor until combined, about 5 seconds, scraping down the work bowl with a rubber spatula as needed. Add the confectioner sugar and process until smooth, about 10 seconds. That sounds like something that you can stir in a bowl. I think I want to do that. I think here's what we'll do. Here's what's coming up. So next, what to expect next? Very next thing we're going to do is we're going to run a 3-minute ad. We're going to do Games Awards on stream. And then when we come back from that, I think what I'd like to do is, let me think. I'd like to prep the beets. So the next thing I'm going to do is cut, trim, peel, and prep some beets. I'm going to take a couple pictures of those for process shots. Then we'll rotate, in between, we'll rotate the cakes. As soon as the cakes are done in the oven, I'm going to bump the oven temperature because that's what the recipe for the beets calls for. Once that is preheated, we'll put the beets in. Then I'll start on the icing. Once the cakes are out of the oven at this point, we'll start on the icing. Cakes are out. Beets are processed and in. Then we'll do the icing. Then we will do the beet salad. We'll make the beet salad because the beets only need to cool down for a little bit on the counter. Then, ideally, we'll ice the cake. I don't know how long the cake's going to cool. If that doesn't work, or rather, if there's like too much time in between, we'll pivot and we'll do something else for a little bit while the cakes continue to cool. I am going to make beets. That's correct. Thank you. The music making should be fun. We're going to run a quick Game Awards on stream. I will be right back. I'm going to run a quick ad too. Here it comes. We'll BRB. Stick around.
Hi. Welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Okay. Bada bing. Is it going? What is happening here? So I was just looking at something totally separate. Interesting. Okay, well, that's not going to work. Okay, never mind then. Sure. I was looking to see the YouTube stream manager. Okay, I'll be right back. Nice work. All right. Oh, I need to print the beet recipe. That's what I need to do. How do I do that? From a computer. Right. How's my cakes looking? Liquidy. Not a surprise. Okay. Alrighty. Oh, cool. As I am literally looking at my computer to find this recipe to print, I just had another recipe pitch accepted. I love it. Okay, but where is this? Here we go. 1, 2, page 3. File. File. Print. Maybe? Page 3. Okay, print. See if it works. There it goes. I can hear it going upstairs. Hey, if you're experiencing an ad break on Twitch, thank you for your patience. Thanks for hanging out. Thank you for sticking around. I appreciate you and welcome back. We're finishing a Game Awards on stream. I'm going to be right back. I need to run upstairs. I'm going to grab something off the printer. I just printed a recipe. Oh. Cool. Dear lady. All right. All right. Thanks for your patience. Appreciate it. I appreciate it. Amber, welcome in. Good day. Good day. All right. Is my name on this? No. All right. Sweet and creamy beets. I don't have a better name for this. I don't like the name beet salad. Maybe y'all can help me name this once it's ready and you see the final product. But I don't love the name beet salad because it implies, when I hear salad, I think of like lettuce. I think of vegetables. The intention of this recipe is that it is kid friendly. That like if you're looking to get your child to eat beets in some capacity, this might be a good one for them to have. So calling it like beet salad, I feel like is automatically like a non-starter because kids aren't going to be like, ooh, salad. I know candy salad's popular, but that's different. It also has the word candy in it. Usually kids aren't into the idea of beets in their things. All right, watchmakering, I do like borscht. I, in fact, have some borscht in the freezer that we made recently. Ready for its weeknight dinner debut. Or dinner, reprisal. No, not reprisal, reprise. Which one's the one that means to do it again? All right, I just rotated the cakes in the oven, so we're going to give those another 10 minutes on the clock. So what we're doing now, we're just waiting for the cake. We're waiting for the cake to bake. Waiting for the cake to bake, we're waiting for the butter to come back to finish room temperature, and then the sour cream cheese to cool down or warm up, whatever, to come to room temperature so I can mix it. Beet mix. I could. I called it sweet and creamy beets because it is sweet. It has honey in it, and roasted beets themselves are sweet. The creamy is sort of a weird one because it makes me think of like ice cream almost. But it could go either way. You could call it like a sweet beet treat. That might be fun. I don't ultimately get to pick the name of it, but I get to make the suggestion. And I'm not gonna lie, y'all. Right now, in this exact moment, I'm like over the moon. One of the editors that I work with, as I was like looking on my computer to find this recipe and print it out because I hate working from my computer for things, emailed me and was like, one, here's a new assignment. Like, here's another one that you can just churn it out. And they also said that they made the last recipe that I sent, which was the soupy toast one, and that it was really good. And I was like, amazing. That's like, thank you. That's what I love hearing. I love hearing that, like, one, you made something that I wrote, and two, that it was good. Because, like, I liked it when I made it. Beet Riz. What is that? Is that how you spell Riz? Bussin' beats. Oh God. I'm gonna like submit all of these. And just see what happens. I'm literally writing these down because I think it's funny. Brilliant beats. Oh, seed films. I do like the alliteration of that. I love alliteration in all of its forms. All right, let's start this process. Ceruto, welcome in. Sour cream frosting. Yeah, we got the sour cream cream cheese frosting. I'm making a double batch of it. It's going to be so good. I love cream cheese frosting. I'm making a double batch of the cream cheese frosting, not because I use more of it on the cake, but because I like to do things like cut up apples and dip it in the cream cheese frosting because it's so good. So, little about me. Cake is going. Let's do something completely not cake-like. Bears, Beats, and Battlestar Galactica. That sounds like I'm trying to think of the right word. A subheading. That sounds like the subtitle. Beat Skibbity, get out. Absolutely not. No, I wouldn't. I can't. I draw the line at that one. I don't know what that means either, but it doesn't sound right coming out of my mouth or in my brain. Soupy toast reminded me of some pea on toast meal that my mother would make. I forgot a bit of it though. Maybe tuna was in there. Yeah, and you could do like a tuna. It was like it's just an open faced sandwich. I like the idea that you could make it more liquidy and make the bread like a little softer, or make it more of just like a straight up topping. You know where that's from? I know it's from like Skibbity Toilet and like whatever, the thing on YouTube. I watched like some episodes of it and I was like, my brain is rotting actively in my skull. I cannot continue with this. A nonsense word that is usually paired with toilet and can act as an adjective describing something that is very good or very bad. Right. It's just an extreme. It's like you're extreme in one direction or the other, I assume. Twisted Beats. I kind of wanted to tie into the element of like what other elements you're facing. Like, I was thinking of calling it like sweet and crunchy because there's sesame seeds in it. But I don't know. Okay, let's get out the beet though, because I've got one large beet. This is it. This is it. I realized too the other day the reason that the Greek yogurt was not as it didn't look as glossy and nice as the sour cream, and I realized later when I was like, why do they look weird? Like it should have looked normal. I realized that the Greek yogurt I'm using, I didn't realize it, I knew it at the time, but it occurred to me that the reason that it wasn't as glossy on the beets was because it's non-fat Greek yogurt, and the sour cream is definitely not. The sour cream is fat, so it was a just like the fat content of the yogurt was the differentiator, which is annoying. It's like kind of like yogurt and it's a little tangy, but like sour cream is kind of, I don't know, it'd probably be better even if it was the low fat sour cream. Ceruto, yeah, slang is always just like an evolving thing. Let me be super clear that I'm not like begrudging the youth their words here. I'm just choosing as a 40-year-old adult to not use them. But, you know, do what you want in your life with your language, I guess. Sweet beet crunch. I like the way that I like the brevity of those words, the monosyllabic staccato of that sweet beet crunch. Is crunch one? Crunch is one syllable. I do kind of like the way that feels in my mouth. The slang is gnarly and totally bogus. I know. It's confusing. I just still say cool. Is that okay? Yeah, it was rooted like the pop culture has just expanded a ton with the internet. Like that's all really is. It opened up a lot more niche language, which I think is fascinating. Cool is my go-to. Cool is still cool. Yeah, like it's always going to be like I feel like that's fine, right? I like if cool stops being okay to say, I'm going to be really upset and confused in the world. I want to use the red cutting board for the beats. SBC. I do like that. That's funny. We have an acronym now. All right, these cakes are looking good. I've got 1 minute left on these, so I'm gonna actually just pause for a second before I cut this beet up. Before I peel and cut this beet, because in 1 minute I'm gonna rotate my cakes again. But first, let's do it. Okay. All right, getting ready to rotate these. Try to keep the oven open for as little time as possible. The word frigid. Oh, that's frigid. I mean, I could see it. I could see it being used in the popular lexicon in some capacity. Okay. 10 minutes. Rotate these cakes. How are we doing? How are we doing in here, fellers? We're looking good. We're looking good. Okay, that was 20 minutes gone on those cakes. We'll do 10 more minutes. 10 more minutes will take us to 5 minutes below the threshold that the recipe calls for. Now, again, I'm not cooking these in a 9x13 pan, square pan. I'm cooking these in 3 cake rounds. So my cooking time should be a little bit different. I think it should be a little bit less, but I'm going to check it. Like, I want to check in at 30 minutes. I think it might be finished at 30 minutes, just given how these look at the moment. It feels like they're getting there really well. The other thing is these have come out, they're rising evenly across them. So I love seeing that, because that means I'm not going to have to cut off as much of the top. If like they're not doming. So I'm going to stack them. So when I stack them, I won't have to trim as much, which would be nice. I wear my emoticon scars with pride. Oh man. Are we, we're not supposed to use emojis anymore, right? Is that like a thing? I feel like using emojis is now like an old people thing. Maybe it's not. I don't know. Listen, I'm gonna use an emoji in a professional email. I don't give a shit. Where's Daisy? Daisy is, where is Daisy? Daisy's around. She hasn't been in the kitchen today. I'm not usually like streaming during the day. It's, you know, so she's probably upstairs having her nap time, which is like most of the day. If I'm guessing, she's directly above me. I'm guessing she's in the room directly above me. She's not in the living room, and she's not with Gwen, because Gwen is upstairs. So she's in another room, and I'm pretty sure she's right above me. She would come round if I called her, and I might call her at some point, because I do have a carrot on the counter here for her that I saved. So if she comes down, I do have something for her, basically immediately. You have a cake break on a lake. I would definitely take a cake break on a lake. Yes. It's an ad at the beginning. That people don't use emoticons? No. This is your final rose. Oh. Thank you. Overusing emojis is bad. So, like 1 per sentence? I don't use exclamation points anymore. I do now Command F, find exclamation points, replace with periods. I type them, but then I like leave them off at the end, because I think it's not the look that I want. All right, this is trimmed. Ready to go. Where's my phone? There it is. Lizard guy, welcome in. Good day. Good day. Oh, a potato phone right now. I said something about potato phone to Gwen the other day, and she didn't know what I was talking about. Do y'all know what I mean when I say potato phone? Or potato photo? What's looking good, cooking? Well, we're making 2 different things today. 2 very different things. Thing number 1, carrot cake. The cakes are in the oven. They will be finished baking in maybe 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes from right now. Probably not 15, but we'll see. So we're cooking carrot cake. We're going to ice that carrot cake in a little bit. Right now, while I'm waiting for that to work, or to cook, while I'm waiting for the oven to work its magic by cooking the cake, I am making a recipe. It does not yet have a name, but it is a pulled beet mixture. It's a 4-ingredient recipe. It is beets, sour cream, honey, and sesame seeds. Super simple. Look at the inside of this, John. That's just beautiful. Beautiful, that. It's too much for anyone to do. I still see people my own age doing it, and I get confused. It is. I don't mind people using emojis. I like when folks use emojis to convey context and meaning. I, unlike perhaps other folks, like really appreciate that because text is such a confusing medium to try to convey emotion generally. And so if you can help out by like, you know, adding a laughing face emoji. That helps. That helps me not have to ask the question, are you mad at me? They expect an emote reaction to specify you read the message. Yeah. So that's definitely like Slack culture, which I can appreciate having worked in that. And I do like, that's a fine reaction too. The acknowledgement, just like for acknowledgement. I appreciate that in text messages too. Just like a thumbs up, totally okay. Some people get annoyed. They're like, oh, I want you to respond. I'm like, you kind of did respond. I am a big fan of reading the text message, internalizing it, and acknowledging it to myself, and then never actually responding with anything. An emote, a response, anything at all. Listen, I'm just not a digital messenger. I don't like it. All right, cutting up the beets, almost finished. So we're cutting these up basically into 1/2-inch cubes, for lack of a better shape descriptor. They're not all really cubes because this isn't a round object, and I'm cutting it, across. So some of them are smaller, but in general, cubes is the right terminology for what I'm creating. So we're going to go with that. That's what I went with in the recipe. So, step number 1, preheat the oven to 400 degrees. Step number 2, line a small sheet pan with parchment paper. Trim and peel the beets and dice into 1/2-inch cubes. Done. Small sheet pan. So interesting. Calvin, my son, picked this cooking methodology. So earlier this week on Tuesday, I made the same recipe. I tested it a couple different ways. I tested it with putting the beets directly on the tray. I tested it with putting the beets on parchment paper. I tested it with Greek yogurt and sour cream. My preference was for the sour cream dressing and the beets roasted directly on the tray. Calvin's preference is for the beet dressing or the sour cream dressing and the beets roasted on the parchment paper. So my pitch for this recipe was that it was a kid-friendly recipe that my child likes. So I went with the one that he said that he liked, even though it was not my personal preference. You have to use the dead skull, like dead laughing? Oh, Amber, no. The skull means dead. What are we talking about? I like sending 2 pages of email for them to reply back with 1 sentence. At least they replied. I'll say that. At least they replied, but frustration acknowledged. Uncommon. That would be a really funny email to get. That's not cake. No, Kathy, they're beets. Guess what we're doing now? The cake is about 30 seconds from being checked in the oven. And then it might come out. It might go in for 5 more minutes. We're gonna figure that out in just a moment here. And we're gonna look at the cake. So in just a second, I'm gonna open the oven and we'll look at it together and see what we're working with. Am I working on making a cookbook? C-Films, no. I'm just working on some freelance recipes. I do some recipe development for some websites, and I'm working on that today. This beat thing is a recipe development. Okay, so I want the cakes to be a toothpick inserted in the center of the cake comes out clean. So we're gonna get my long form picks here. Let's see. Clean? Are we clean? Not quite. Almost. I'm gonna give these. I mean, we're relatively clean here, but so a little bit. I'm gonna give these another like two minutes. I give these 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and then we're gonna pull them. I think that'll probably be about right. That's almost 35 minutes. Not quite. Okay, so dice into half-inch cubes. Got it. On the sheet pan, mix the beets with the olive oil, salt, and pepper, and spread in a single layer. Okay, so olive oil. Initially, I called for 2 tablespoons of olive oil. I reduced that to 1.5. I'm gonna do, right now I'm gonna do 1. We're gonna measure out 1 tablespoon of olive oil. I'm gonna really try to make 1 tablespoon work. Because the thing that I didn't like about these was that they were a little bit greasy last time. And if I can avoid it, I want to skip the step of having to drain them or dry them or anything like that. Like if they're roasted at a good temperature, I shouldn't, or rather with the right amount of oil, I shouldn't have to worry about them needing to be like dried on a paper towel. Like you shouldn't. There should just be a little bit of oil and not much else. Kathy, enjoy your work. Also calls for a half of a teaspoon of salt. That's not a half teaspoon. That's a half teaspoon. Okay, half teaspoon of salt. And it calls for a half teaspoon of pepper. I'm gonna call this a quarter teaspoon because I definitely am not putting a half of a teaspoon on here. Just gonna reduce that. I want to see if I can get away with 1 tablespoon of olive oil. That's the goal, though. 1 tablespoon. 1 because it's just like a little less, but I really don't want these to turn out greasy if I can help it. All right. On a sheet pan, mix the beets with the olive oil, salt, and pepper, and spread in a single layer. Okay. So I didn't detail like what you should mix with, like a spoon or whatever. I'm quite literally going to use my hands because that is the easiest thing to do for something like this. All right, I really think a tablespoon of olive oil was plenty. These are also going to give up a bit of liquid on their own as they're roasting. So when these are finished roasting, we're going to end up with probably some liquid on this tray. So 2 tablespoons was a lot of olive oil. 1 tablespoon, it has these looking just glossy enough. That's 1 tablespoon worth of olive oil. So that is, ooh, those look nice. Okay, my timer just went off for my cake. I'm gonna wash my hands real quick here and use the little scrub brush to get some of this beet off. It's funny, the bristles of the scrub brush are like a little bit red because I have used it for beets now a couple days in a row. Okay. Hands are clean. let's get these cakes out of the oven. Actually, let me get my wire racks out on the counter first, so I have a place to set them when they come out of the oven. Okay, beets can go over there. Get my rack over here on the counter. Racks, plural. All right. Racks are out. Cakes are coming. Let's get these out. Yeah, these now. Yep, that's done. Those are clean and they're just separated from the outside edge of the pans. Which is great. Yep, that one's starting to separate. And they're not really pulled away that much, but they are just enough. Okay, come on back over here. I'm going to bump the oven temperature now to 400, which for me means setting the oven to 420 because the oven is uncalibrated. And I'm just going to set a count up timer for these to just keep a track of how long they've actually been cooling for. I think I'll probably cool these for a few minutes and then take them out of the tray to finish cooling. We'll flip them upside down. Let's see. Cool the cake to room temperature in the pan on a wire rack. Okay, it says in the pan, so it's super specific about them being in the pan. Got it. All right, we're going to leave them in the pan then. That's fine. Okay, my measuring stuff is good. All right, we're gonna let that oven come up to temperature because I want it to be at the right temperature because the beets have a timing component to them as well. You cook them for 15 minutes, you stir them, you cook them for 15 more minutes, then you take them out. So I want the oven to be at the right temperature to start here. But let's make some notes about what we changed on this recipe. I need 1 tablespoon of olive oil. I have 1/2 teaspoon salt, 1/4 teaspoon of pepper. On a sheet pan, mix the beets with the olive oil, salt, and pepper, and spread in a single layer. Roast the beets for 15 minutes. Okay. Yeah, next step is just put them in the oven. So we're gonna make here's kind of where we're gonna go here. We're gonna make the beets. When the oven is up to temp, we're gonna put those in the oven. Once those are in, we're going to turn attention to making the cream cheese frosting. All the stuff that's in here. Once the cream cheese frosting is done, the beets will probably be finished in the oven, and we will move forward with that recipe then. So we're kind of bounce back and forth here for a minute, or for the next hour or so, while we kind of work through everything. I also wanted to look up a pound cake recipe, because Gwen expressly said, I'd like to have some pound cake. And I wonder if this one has like an easy pound cake, citrus classic, 831 to 833. Okay, well, it's on like literally on the page before. Great, classic pound cake. It's the recipe before the one I was making. It was originally called that because it used a pound of every ingredient. Yeah, it was a ratio, right? Like all the ingredients added up to a pound or something like that. Yeah, it's a fascinating cake. 2 sticks of unsalted butter, sugar, eggs, vanilla, water, salt, and cake flour. Wow, that's really it. Adjust an oven rack to the middle, 9 by 5 inch loaf pan with parchment under it. You beat the butter in a stand mixer. You sprinkle in the sugar. You beat it for 4 to 5 minutes. You stir the eggs, you stir all the liquids together in a separate cup. You pour that into the mixture. You sift the flour into the batter and fold it in. You sift the flour over the batter and fold it in. You sift the flour over the batter and you fold it in. 3 1/2 cup increments. Then you scrape the batter into a pan and you bake it for 70 to 80 minutes. That's easy. That's super easy. Maybe we make a pound cake today too. Let's see if I have cake flour. Maybe I do. I feel like I do. I feel like I do. I feel like it was up here somewhere. I have lots of masa up here. We could make about 1 million tortillas. Oh, I do have cake flour. Should we make a pound cake too? If I put a pound cake in the oven, I could get a pound cake in the oven by the time these beets are finished roasting. I haven't even put the beets in yet. What am I talking about? Let's do that. Gwen wanted pound cake. I can make this in a second. This is easy. Okay, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. It takes 70 minutes to bake. It takes 70 minutes to bake and it has to cool down to room temperature. That's fine. We're not gonna get to eat it on spoons. But I think we're gonna do it. I think I'm gonna do it. I think I'm gonna do it right now. Because the thing is that I'd already got the butter softened. The butter has been softened. And it seems super easy. 3 large eggs and 3 yolks. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 6 eggs right here. Amazing. Vanilla already on the counter. Water, salt, and cake flour. This is okay. Okay, we're gonna do it. We're gonna make a pound cake. Let's do it real quick here. Man, definitely talked myself into that one, didn't I? This could get bad. I could be making a great mistake here. It's okay. And you know what? If it is, it is. If this is a mistake, then we're all good. Okay. Line my pan, right? Okay. I think it's intricate to explain ratios of baker's percentages and why it was wrong in the book cake-wise. That's interesting. I know that like typically like pound cake is like has that this is the like the history of it. But I don't think I ever believed that watchmakering. Like I feel like there's a lot of nuance to pound cake. Like people have very different pound cake recipes, right? I mean, maybe there's not a lot of, maybe nuance is the wrong word. There's a lot of variation. Yeah, nuance is probably a bit generous for describing pancake recipes. Okay. This might be the part that takes the longest right here. Okay, so we gotta grease the pan. I'm gonna do this with olive oil. I like. I don't mind the little olive oil taste. Generally speaking. Animus on YouTube, welcome in. Hello. Hello. Good day. All right, cake. Cake, 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 cake. Pan is greased. Now we have the, we need to get out the mixer. We need a mixer. And I'm still waiting. I'm waiting for my oven to be at the right temperature for these beets. It is. Oh, shoot. Okay. I guess I didn't realize that it had gotten to that stage. Okay. Beets are going in the oven now. Beets are in the oven. And are cooking. You know what? I don't even really like that camera like that. Okay. So I need 3 eggs. 3 eggs plus 3 large egg yolks. Okay. So 3 eggs. 1, 2, 3. Oh, got a shell in that one. It's all good. Oh, got 2 shells. Because I'm not being careful. Plus 3 egg yolks. Automod does not have any nuance. That is true. Automod is trying its best. I didn't read ahead to see it. I didn't look to see if these yolks needed to be separated, so I'm separating them from the regular eggs, even though they probably don't need to be. I remember when I learned the little do the egg yolk through your fingers trick, and how remarkably easier it is than trying to do the little thing with the back and forth cup between your hands that you see some people do, trying to like keep the precious fingers from getting egg juice on them or egg yolk on them. Kind of strange to me. Okay. Step 1 is done. Beat the butter until smooth. Sprinkle the sugar. Beat the mixture until light and fluffy, stopping the mixer once or twice to scrape down the side of the bowl. Stir together the egg yolks, vanilla, and water in a 2-cup liquid measuring cup. All right, let's do that. My 2-cup liquid measuring cup is over here on the counter. So let's do... Don't need the parchment anymore. Okay. According to this book, it's some math. That's my favorite kind of math watchmaking, where you're just like, you're trying to do like grams and conversions and like ratios. Like that's math I can do. That's math I'm good at. The other math that they tried to teach me in school was not exactly my bag. I'm going to take the cream cheese frosting situation and move that back on the counter over there. You know, I didn't start a timer when I put my beats in, and now I'm really annoyed at myself. Like really annoyed. Like really annoyed. I'm gonna guess that it was 4 minutes ago. So I'm gonna set it to for 11 minutes. Okay, butter is gonna go into the mixer. Got it. This is my recipe for the beets. That comes over there. Mixer needs to come out of the cabinet so I can start using it. Easy enough. It's located directly behind where the food processor is, and the food processor is not in there anymore because it is in the sink. It's actually not in the sink. It's still on the counter, but that's okay. Okay, my carrot cake over here is looking great. It's cooling down. It's separated from the edges of the pan a little bit farther than it was before. And most importantly, it's flat. It's not domed. So there's no real worry. Can't really touch them yet. I was going to hold it up and show you, but I'm not really worried about it being needing to cut the dome off the top. Beat the butter in the bowl of a stand mixer until smooth and shiny, about 15 seconds. So I need 2 sticks of butter, unsalted butter it says. I don't have that. We're using salted butter and that's okay too. Okay, the butter, and then after that is coming the sugar. So let's get 9 1/3 ounces of sugar. Interesting number. So I was finished with my scale. I wasn't, as it turns out. 9 1/3 ounces of sugar. That is 1 1/3 cups. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 8.9, 9. I want 9.33. Close enough. I got 9.4. Okay. Close enough. Interesting. Uncommon. I feel like it's that's weird. Matchmaking, that is weird. It's like it did get automated. I can see it on my phone. I don't know why that got automated. Probably maybe because it has the word pound in it, but like, oh, that's odd. That would be odd. That would be a weird word to exclude. It only has certain meaning if you want it to have that meaning. Otherwise, it has different meaning. Okay, sugar, eggs, yolks. I need 1.5 teaspoons of vanilla extract. Where's my vanilla extract? There it is. So the vanilla extract, eggs, yolks, vanilla, and water. So 1.5 teaspoons. I have my eggs and yolks. Eggs, yolks, vanilla. And how much water? 1.5 teaspoons of water. That's not very much water. And 1/2 teaspoon of salt. Let's see, 1.5 teaspoons of water. Perfect. It's fat. I don't know. It's weird. Yeah, AutoMod just catches some things sometimes, and the filter in mine isn't the filter in this channel is not set particularly aggressively either. I think it's at medium. With the mixer running, add the egg mixture to the butter and sugar in a very slow, thin stream. Okay, so we're going to beat the butter together. Beat the butter in the bowl of the standing mixer at medium-high speed until smooth and shiny, about 15 seconds. All right. My butter is not fully at room temperature, so I'm going to beat it for a little while longer until it is. It's not, nope, it's not that. All right, now it says, with the machine still rolling, sprinkle the sugar in slowly, taking about 30 seconds. Pour the sugar in. Slowly. Slowly. It caught pound cake. Okay. I guess you can't say the word pound? That's odd. The flex edge paddle? Oh, you know what? I actually have one of those. I forget about it. All right, now it says, beat the mixture until light, fluffy, and almost white. 4 to 5 full minutes. So we are going to go ahead and set a timer for 5 minutes. Before I do that, I'm going to scrape the sides of this bowl. Oh, it's both together. Interesting. Crème pie. It does stop you from saying that, which is also only a certain way if you choose it to be that way. But I get it. Like you can just get around it by misspelling it. That was really fun, as evidenced by your saying it. All right. So next step in this, beat for 4 to 5 minutes until almost white, it says. That is kind of what it looks like now, but we're going to go with it. Jane, welcome in. It is carrot cake time. I have carrot cake cooling on the counter over here. Oh, so you have to like sift the flour in here. That's, I suppose. All right, while this is working, let's measure the flour that we can then sift it. 6 ounces of cake flour. All right. I enjoy my hat. Thank you. Has a little Twitch logo somewhere on it. Where's the Twitch logo? Oh, the Twitch logo is in the back. I like this hat too. It's bright. I like the yellow. Just like the bright color is pleasing. The color is pleasing to me. All right, 6 ounces of plain cake flour. 4, 5, 6 ounces. It does tell you in the recipe here to stop the mixer once or twice to scrape down the sides of the bowl. So we'll do that. And Charlie here, I'm 2 minutes into a 5-minute mix. Seems like the right time. Put this cake flour where I got it in the cabinet. Pause this. So we'll scrape the bowl down. The next thing you're going to do is stir the beets in the oven. They're about 10 seconds from their first stir. So we're going to do that as this continues to mix. Okay, let's take a look at these beets in the oven. They should be glossy and a bit cooked, like noticeably cooked. They should be bubbling just a little bit as well. So let's take a look at these. All right, so these look good. We got a little bit of color. They look dry, which is good. We want them to look dry. Drier than they were. So they are sizzling a little around the edge and looking a little dry on top. Okay. So I want to toss those with a spatula and spread those in a thin layer and then put them in for 15 more minutes. Okay, timer is going. Second 15-minute timer is working. I've got 2 minutes left on my butter mixture over here. All right. So, yeah, a couple more minutes left on this. We're going to do, we'll sift the flour in. When this is done, we'll sift the flour in. We'll add the egg mixture. Then we'll sift the flour in, then we'll transfer it to the pan. Actually, I think I'm not going to transfer it to the pan until I'm ready to put it in the oven because I don't want it to sit and soak the olive oil in. But we'll get right to that point, and then we'll transfer it right at the last moment there. All right. I've got a couple things going at once here. Making sure to keep my brain like, what's going on? What's happening? I need to make the notes for those beets. Roast the beets for 15 minutes. They will be what? What did I just say they were? Slightly dry on top and sizzling oil at base. All right. That's what we want. Business in the front, twitching in the back. That's true. Jamie, good. Hey, Manu, welcome in. Nice to have you. Let's turn the mixer off here. There we go. Shh, it's quiet in here now. It's a lot quieter, at least in my area of the world. Welcome in, friends. Nice to have you. Y'all, thank you for the shout out, so fluff. I appreciate it. Y'all, if you enjoy food and drink, please go follow Amano Holdrick. What was on stream today? How was stream? Friends who just joined us, welcome in. It's nice to have you. My name's Lou. This is typically a food stream. I also do IRL streams out and about in the city of Philadelphia. A lot of them are food related. Some of them are just nature and walking related because I like to walk. So I'll chat and walk sometimes. But majority of what we do around here historically and currently is food content. It is, generally speaking, making dinner. That's not the case today. Today we're making cakes. We're making 2 different cakes. We're making a carrot cake, and I'm also making a pound cake. I'm working on the pound cake right now. And I'm also testing a recipe for beets. I wrote this recipe and I'm testing it today. So we're doing a variety of different food-related activities on stream today. You've definitely joined us like in the literal middle of all of that. So let me catch you up on where we are. I've got, currently, we're making a carrot cake. I have some cakes that have been baked and are cooling. They're cooling on the rack right now. They've been cooling for an undetermined amount of time. I set a count up timer to count how long they were cooling, and then I promptly canceled it and cleared it. So who knows? They've been cooling for some amount of time, an indeterminate amount of time. I'm most of the way through making the pound cake mixture. That's going to be the next thing in the oven. Right now, I have beets in the oven. About 10 minutes left to go on those, and then we're going to pull them out. And then we get to drop the oven down. So I don't need to worry about the time in between. I don't need to worry. I don't need to bring my oven back up to a certain temperature. It's actually too hot right now. So we're kind of working our way down. I'm finishing the beets. Those are just going to have some like sour cream and honey on them. They're sort of like a salad, like a side salad for dinner. They're a cold salad. So once we pull the beets out of the oven, we're going to let those cool down. We're going to put the pound cake in the oven, and then we'll have time to make the cream cheese dressing for the pound cake. Once we make the cream cheese dressing, we're going to let that sit. Then we'll make the beets. All this is while the cake is still cooling, the carrot cake. Once the carrot cake is cooled, we're going to ice the carrot cake. And by that time, the pound cake should be ready to come out of the oven. So we have a little bit of a road ahead of us still here. Thank you for joining us. Welcome in. I'm glad you like carrot cake. It was one of my favorites, or it is one of my favorites, and I am making it because I had not good carrot cake recently and wanted it, and now I'm like gonna have good carrot cake. That's the goal. That was the goal today. Just make a good carrot cake. Okay, so we beat the butter with the machine still on, sprinkle in the sugar. We did that. We beat it for 4 to 5 minutes. We mixed. It is definitely pretty much white. This is smooth, about as smooth as it's going to get. Stir together the egg yolks, vanilla, and water into a 2-cup liquid measuring cup. Done. With the mixer running at medium-high speed, add the egg mixture to the butter and sugar in a very slow, thin stream. Finally, beat in the salt. Sift the flour over the batter, fold it in gently with a rubber spatula. Okay, so I need to make sure that I have my rubber spatula available. It's not. I used both spatulas earlier. Let me rinse this one off so that I have it, because the next steps here are all in succession, and I want to be able to do them in succession, like it says, without having to stop to wash a spatula in the middle of that. This is not a commercial kitchen. We only have 2 spatulas. I think of Who Framed Roger Rabbit. That's a good one. I haven't thought about that one in a while. I like that. Lots of carrot cake places, but it's rare to find one that has surprising taste. Yeah, the one that I had recently was just disappointing. It was just not good. And like, that's fine, but it wasn't what I wanted, and now I'm rectifying that by making my own. Okay, stir together the egg yolks. Got it. With the mixer running at medium-high speed, which is that, add the egg to the butter and sugar in a very slow, thin stream. Okay. Slow things strange are the theme of the day. Okay. We're gonna pause. We're gonna pause. We're gonna scrape. And we're gonna go right back to mixing here in just a second for another like 10, 15 seconds. Just needed to scrape that side down, get everything incorporated. Last little bit. All right. Place a half a cup of the flour in a sieve and fit it over and sift it over the batter. Okay, so let's do. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, I was trying to get the wrong way. Whoops, my bad. User error. Let's get these out. Or done, rather, whatever. Scrape, scrape, scrape. Okay. All looks good. That can go in the sink. All right, about a half a cup of the flour into a sieve and sift it over the batter. Okay. Well, we'll do just that. I don't have a formal sieve, so we're using a colander, which like works just as well. Jessica Rabbit offers to bake him a cake at the end? I didn't realize that. I don't think I remember that. That's been a while since I've seen that movie, if I'm being real honest, you know? That posture, right? What was it? Was it me slowly pouring things in? All right. Flour is good. That little bit of flour is good. Get the next bit in here. Fold this in. So it just says to fold gently with a rubber spatula until the flour is incorporated. So they just want you to do this a little bit at a time, I guess. They explain, the thing that I like about this cookbook is that they spend an inordinate amount of words describing the testing that they did and like why certain things are done a certain way. So I bet you somewhere in there it says like why they chose to add the flour in 3 parts as opposed to just 1. Or as opposed to like sifting it in all at once. All right. Flour is good. My beets are looking good. Also looking good. Okay. So in just a couple of minutes here, we're going to take a quick break. I'm going to run 3 minutes worth of advertisements on the Twitch platform. We're going to put up a game of words on stream. And you can play that if you'd like during that time. Maybe you want to go get a drink or, I don't know. Maybe you want to do absolutely nothing and just wait. That's also fine. But we're going to have 3 minutes of ads along with some words on stream. That's coming up in just a few moments here. Unfortunately for me, I've snoozed the ads as long as I can. I don't have any more availability to skip the ads as they come. So you know, deal with it, I guess. Have you seen a cookbook from the Renaissance era? I haven't, but I have seen a bunch of. I love YouTube. I'm a big fan of YouTube. You know, maybe I wanted to say obviously, but that's not obvious. Wait, pause. Is this what I'm doing here? Scrape the batter into the prepared pan, smoothing the top. Okay. Great. So this is regular pound cake. I guess it's vanilla pound cake because it has vanilla extract in it. Going in. And we're gonna scrape as much of this out of the bowl as possible. And let's get that in there. The YouTube thing, I've definitely watched a bunch of content about like the Middle Ages and the Renaissance and like, you know, about society. And food is always a very fascinating aspect of that. I saw a video recently got suggested to me that was like, what did snack food look like in the Middle Ages? And I was like, I don't know, berries? Like, what do you mean? It's certainly not candy bars. All right, so this is looking good. I've kind of scraped it into all the corners of the pan. I'm going to give this a couple drops here. Lily Rose, welcome in. Doing great. Doing great. It's a baking day. Big baking day here. Lots of baking going on. All right. We're going to take a break here in just a moment. Beets should be finished in the oven in about, timer is going to go off in about 40 seconds. Adjust the oven rack to the middle position and heat the oven to 325. Okay, so I want my oven at 345 once the beets come out. I'm going to pull the beets. We're going to put the pound cake in. I'm going to set the oven at 345. We're going to set a timer for 70 minutes. So it says 70 minutes, 70 to 80 minutes. We'll set a timer for 70 minutes, and then we'll do some words on stream. So, are we ready? Let's set the oven to what did I say? 345. Okay. Timer's done on the beets. Come on over to the stove. Here's what's going to happen. I'm going to take the beets out. Beets look great. Beets look done. I'm going to put the pound cake in. I'm going to close the door. Now we're going to run an ad. I'll be right back. Here's some words on stream. Here's a 3-minute ad. We'll BRB.
Hi. Welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Okay. While this is going, am going to take the mixer off the counter. I'm going to take the food processor off the counter. I'm going to clear up the counter because we're getting super cluttered out here. And then yeah. If there's any time left, toss the dishes in the dishwasher. Okay. That's good. Those are good. How are these cakes doing? These carrot cakes in the counter. I feel like I might toss these carrot cakes in the refrigerator. Just for a few moments. Not moments. I think I might toss these carrot cakes in the refrigerator so they maybe cool down a little faster. So I'm going to do that now while I'm saying it out loud. Because if I forget and I don't do that, if I don't do it right now, I might not do it. So let's do it now. Okay. Counter's looking good. Still haven't seen a daisy today. I've got carrots here too. I've got a whole carrot on the counter for her to knack on if she wants it, but she has not made her presence known yet. Okay, about 50 seconds left on the clock here of these ads. I'm gonna put some stuff away from the dish rack while I'm waiting. And the next time we take a break, I'll start processing stuff that's supposed to go in the dishwasher. Man, I can't believe I got that pound cake together in the oven in like 15 minutes. That was great. Gwen's going to be thrilled. I know that she's not watching stream because she didn't mention anything about it. She is home, though. I think she's home. Is that bad? I don't actually remember if she's home or not. I'm pretty sure she's home. She's not. If she's in the house, she's sure not making any noise. All right. Well, I'm not going to get to load the dishwasher because we're up against it. If you're experiencing an ad break on the Twitch platform, welcome back. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate it. Ads are terrible. I don't like them either. I promise you. But we do have to run them. They're either going to happen before stream, before you even get to see anything, or they happen during the stream, and you get to play words on stream. And I choose the latter, so hopefully that's okay with you. And if it's not, I am not going to do anything about it. But please feel free to voice your displeasure. Everyone has at least one guest left. At least one, except Chase. Welcome in, Chase. Chase, now you have a guest left. So Fluff, you have a guest left too. Chase, welcome in. Nice to have you. Did anybody else come through for the first time during Words on the Stream? Lily Rose, I said hi to you though. I did. Well, welcome back now that the ads are over. Now that the ads are over and Words on Stream is over, we're going to come right on back to the main screen. Here we are. Hello. Welcome. Okay, here's where we're at. Just recap. 1, I need to start my timer for my pound cake. I forgot. It's 70 minutes. It's pretty forgiving. I'm sure it'll be fine. I just hit start. The other thing, as the break started, I put the carrot cakes that were out here on the counter in the refrigerator. I want them to cool down a little bit faster, and obviously putting them in the fridge will help that along. If it was a little bit nicer or whatever today, I would maybe open the windows and like put them on the windowsill, like a proper Norman Rockwell painting. But it's not, and I'm not going to do that. So in the fridge they went. Now, here's the other side. I took the beets out of the oven about a few minutes ago. This is what they look like. To watch out for Yogi Bear. Yeah, picnic baskets. This is what the beets look like. They look way better than when I made them the last time. And these, in fact, have a little bit of that crunchy texture that I appreciated about the ones on the sheet pan that didn't have parchment paper on them last time. Yeah. So these are good. Like beet cubes. What does the recipe say? Okay. Toast them. Remove from the with the spatula, turn the beets and roast for farther than 15 minutes until darker, smaller, and slightly caramelized. Remove from the oven and let cool to the touch on the sheet pan about 10 minutes. Great. That is easy to remember. So we're gonna let these just cool down on a sheet pan. I was worried. Okay, so the 1 tablespoon of olive oil is ideal here. I initially had 2 tablespoons, and when I made them the first time, it was like a greasy mess. These are relatively dry on the tray, which is great. And definitely what you want. You want relatively dry. Because there's only a few ingredients in this. Okay, meanwhile, in a large bowl, stir together the honey and sour cream until combined. Easy. Does not need to be a large bowl. I guess it could be a medium bowl. Not that many beets. Let's call for a medium bowl. Meanwhile, in a medium bowl, stir together the honey and sour cream. So I need 2 tablespoons sour cream and 1 tablespoon honey, and I inverse the order of these. So the sour cream and honey. Okay, so I want the sour cream first because it's more. It's a higher volume. That's it. It's just like there's more sour cream than there is honey, so that ingredient goes in first. Sour cream, 2 tablespoons is 30 grams. Let's do 30 grams. That's still on ounces. That's now its own grams. Now it's zeroed. Okay, 30 grams of sour cream. The only thing with these packets, these little, the sour cream in the packet form, you got to kind of mix it up before you open the cap. Otherwise, all that there's like a bunch of liquid inside of it that kind of gets like, what's the word? It pools down at the bottom, and when you open the cap, it like spurts liquid at you. Kind of gross. All right, so wait, 2 tablespoons, 30 grams. Calls for 2 tablespoons. Does? Okay, 30 grams it is. In the bowl, 37, 10, 15, 20, 23, 27, 30. Perfect. 1 tablespoon of honey is 21 grams. Let's add 21 grams of honey to this. And then we're going to mix them together. Okay. That's 20 grams, but like 20's fine. Not much. Not too big of a difference between those two. All right, sour cream can go away. Honey can go away. I'm just going to mix this up a little bit. Do I have... Where's that? Where is that tiny whisk? There it is. All right, I'm just going to mix these. There we go. Just mixed together. Take a process shot of that too. Great. Now, in a few minutes, I want to let the beets cool a little bit more. This is supposed to be a cold salad. If you make it hot, like, it's totally okay. You can just dump the beets in there straight out of the oven if you want. But if you do that, you kind of need it to come back down. Like, basically, if you don't let the beets cool on the counter, when you mix them in, you then have to put it in the fridge instead of letting it, just eating it right away. If you let the beets cool down on the calendar, then if you let the beets cool down on the counter, then you can just put them right in and serve it like right away. So you do want to let them cool for a little while. Anyway, they've been cooling on the counter now for about 6 minutes. It calls for 10. I said let them till they're cool to the touch. Like, these came out of the oven and are definitely cool to the touch now. They're not cool, but I could touch them. And they still have a little bit of greasiness to them. Like, they look glossy, right? Love your big kitchen bench. This is, yeah, for sure. This is an island. This whole thing, this is like a kitchen island. And then the rest of the kitchen's like here, and then there's an L, like there's another, my sink is like that's a corner. There's like a corner over here. Yeah, the island is nice. One of the reasons that I named, or not named, but one of the reasons that I use the word, like the counter crew designation for like the folks that hang out here regularly is because the camera is in a position on the counter where if you were here sitting in the kitchen as a IRL human with me, you would be sitting, there's literally a chair directly under the camera here. And, well, you'd have to be pretty tall for your eyes to be as high as the camera, but maybe you just have the chair all the way up. Regardless, it is like, to me, the computer is sitting where someone would be sitting if they were like hanging out with me in the kitchen cooking, which was kind of the vibe. I know we have a second here. I can actually show you more directly what that looks like if you'd like. A little behind the scenes. This is there we go. That's the setup. That's it. There's y'all. There's the main camera. There's the overhead camera. Some stream decks. Light. Obviously, there's another light over here. And that's it. There's just like a counter in the middle of the room. Other counters along here. Another light on that counter. Stove back here. There it is. A little behind the scenes for you. It's weird though. Now, see this shot? Like, imagine then, like, this is a very different perspective. This is a super specific perspective on the space that I'm in. It's weird. This perspective makes it look a little smaller. I think, in general. Okay. Beets have been cooling down for a little bit. I'm gonna put them in here. Thank God I'm not the only one with dirty dishes. I haven't done dishes at all on stream yet today. Usually I do them during the breaks that we take for words on stream and ads on Twitch, and I haven't today, and I've been doing some baking. And so there's a lot over there. Most of that's going to go in the dishwasher. I do try, when I cook, I do try to keep all of my whatever I'm using, I try to use like only dishwasher friendly stuff. So I can just load the dishwasher and not have to hand wash it. But you know, that's not always possible. All right, let me see if I can't see this pound cake. Okay, I guess it's fine. It's looking okay in there. All right, these have been cooling for about 10 minutes. I'm gonna dump them in and get to mixing. Another dirty dish. So this is kind of let's see, what does this say? Fold them along with the sesame seeds. Fold them along with the sesame seeds into the sour cream mixture until fully coated. Okay, how much? What's my mixture? What's my sesame seeds? 1.5 teaspoons. Teaspoons of sesame seeds. Where are my sesame seeds? There they are. Teaspoon. This is a 1/4 teaspoon. That's too small. That's not enough. That's not enough. This is a knife. All right, here's teaspoons. Yes, raw, not toasted. I like them toasted, and in the footnote of the recipe, I'm calling to toast them. I'm saying like you can toast them if you want. I'm not adding it as an additional step in the recipe because 1, they don't really need to be toasted. 2, you could buy toasted sesame seeds if you wanted to, and many people have like toasted sesames already. But 3, I'm just trying to keep it like as simple as possible. In the recipe, what I'm saying as for the toasting though is that you can just throw them in to the oven on the last like 5 minutes of the beets cooking, and that's totally reasonable. So this is basically it. Now, if you're a kid, this is either going to look real good or really gross. But that's it. It's finished. Fudge Darling, welcome back. This is best if you refrigerate it for a little while. So it definitely tastes better if it's been in the fridge for like 30 minutes past where it is now. But it is good, just like it is. And oh my God, excuse me. Oh, I need to write a serving size for this. Let's see. How should we do this? How should we do this? All right, I'm going to do something that really annoys me and just create more dishes for the sake of the measurement, because I didn't tear my bowl and I want to measure this. So let's see. I just want to see how many ounces this is, because they love like ounce-based servings. So it was 11 ounces. I've eaten some of it. I'm going to call it 12. I'm going to say this is 12. 12 ounces is the total. So let's see. Let me see what 3 ounces looks like. Because this is meant to be a side, by the way. This is not meant to be like a meal. This is like... Okay, that is... Great. Okay, that's 3 ounces. So that's 3 ounces. I would say that this recipe makes 4 3-ounce servings. Let's take a picture of this. They like pictures. They always want pictures of the steps and of the final dish. Okay, what do they say? Servings. 4 3-ounce servings. Okay, perfect. Good. This is good. That was what I wanted. Yeah, it's the way that I would have to write it in the recipe is the number 4, 3 OUNCE. They're also specific about the way that things get noted. It's funny because different places, different publications have different formatting rules. And I don't worry about the formatting rules until I'm doing a final draft. When I'm on the final draft, then I'll go back and make sure I do the right specific like capitalization, punctuation, all that. But I don't mess with that until I get to the part of the process where I am submitting it, and so I'll tweak it to wherever it's getting submitted. All right, this looks great. I'm extremely happy with these. There's your beet salad. And this is great cold. I prefer this cold. Like cold chilled cold. It doesn't have to be. You just have to make sure that you don't put the beets in the sour cream sauce when they're hot. If they're a little bit still like if they're like just above room temperature, totally okay. But if you put it in when it's hot, it sort of like melts it. And then it like then you really have to put it in the fridge to like get it to get like glossy and creamy again. So that's great. I love that. That's an easy one. I'm really happy with this recipe too. I'm like, I think it's funny that it got pitched, or not pitched. I think it's funny that it got accepted. Because I remember when I was a kid, my mom used to just put, and I'm putting this in the note on the recipe too, but my mom used to make sour cream and honey. Like she would put that on like cantaloupe or honeydew or watermelon, or it was just like, basically it was like the fruit salad dressing. Sour cream and honey, just like unmeasured, just like here's a bowl of blueberries, a little sour cream, a little bit of honey, just mix it all together, right? And I love that. And I put it on beets because I was like, roasted beets are kind of like sweetened, you know, and they were, and it worked really well. I love it. Amano, and enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you for coming through. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. All right, pound cake is in the oven. Pound cake is in the oven. Beet salad is done. Carrot cakes are in the fridge. We're going to make the cream cheese frosting now. That's the next step here. Cream cheese frosting. I have to be finished today by 5 p.m. Just FYI. That's my goal. It is currently 14:45. So I have 2 hours to finish frosting a carrot cake. I think we got this. I said earlier that I don't have a hard deadline today. I actually do. It's 5 p.m. I didn't think I would even get a sniff at 5 p.m. today. Starting at 11, but you know, that's how it goes some days. Cream cheese frosting. When the cake is cool, process the cream cheese, butter, sour cream, and vanilla in a clean food processor. Scraping down the work bowl with a rubber spatula. Add the confection of sugar and process until smooth, about 10 seconds. You know what? As much as it annoys me to do so, I am going to do this in the food processor. Because that's what it says. And I want it to blend together correctly. So, that said, let's wash the food processor. As one does. I suppose I could use the sync camera. I suppose. The last thing this had in it was emulsified sugar with eggs. It is sticky. When I put this in the sink, I should have soaked it. But I didn't. It's all good. It's all good. Okay. Brush. Make the frosting. The cake should be cool enough to work. Pretty soon. It might be cool enough now. The last time I made it, I definitely iced it too soon. It was still quite warm last time, and I realized that, I realized it basically immediately when I started icing it. I was like, oh no, this is like really warm, but I was kind of like too in it to get out at that point, so I just needed to go through. So today we have it in the fridge. We've had it in the fridge for a little bit. I think I timed my bake on the cake better today, so hopefully it is. Hopefully it's cool. It has cooled down enough to ice without the icing really melting. That's what happened last time. It's a cream cheese. You know, it's a cream-based frosting that when you warm it up, it gets looser. So the cake being warm really is not great. Dish cam, that's right. I can see chat now. What we're doing the food processor dishes here because I was thinking about the alternative. The alternative is stirring this by hand, including like incorporating butter, and I don't know. I'm just not up for it in this moment. Not in this moment. Maybe in future moments. There we go. All right. Looking good. Looking good. Let's take this. Just gonna dry this. I'm not worrying too much about there being a little extra, maybe a couple drops of water in here. That's totally fine. I just don't want it to be wet. Okay, that's better. Hey, look at the sink for a second while we come back over to the counter. Here we come. All right. Let me get the base of the food processor out again. I know I put it away. Very presumptuous of me to think that I might not need it again. Okay, food processor is back out. Frosting, cream cheese. For the frosting, when the cake is cool, process the cream cheese, butter, sour cream, and vanilla until combined in the food processor. Great. Oh, shoot. You know what I didn't wash? The blades. Where's the blade for this? Oh, I rinsed the blade off, so it's clean. I didn't wash it with soap, but it's clean enough, one. And two, it's going to the same cake. So, blade going on in. All right, I'm doubling my frosting recipe. So, I'll need a pound of cream cheese. Yeah. Nothing better than a whole pound of cream cheese. Let's just work that one out of here. What makes it a pound cake? So I believe originally or initially the recipe was either multiple ingredients were all 1 pound worth, or number, like the specific core ingredients that they used added up to being 1 pound in weight. It was basically like, I believe it was named for a ratio of some variety. But again, I don't actually know like the specific lore of the pound cake, so I don't want to speak out of school, but it's something of that nature. It had to do with the volume of ingredients. Was all I know. A pound of cream cheese, 10 tablespoons of butter. That's two off of one of these. Yeah, these are 8 each. Two. Put the rest back in the fridge. Okay, so we've got the butter and cream cheese, a tablespoon of sour cream, 2 tablespoons of sour cream, my bad. 2 tablespoons of sour cream is 30 grams. We've already done this, right? We've already done this calculation once today. It's funny. You can't sit the food processor directly on top of the scale, so you have to like do whatever else you can. 2 tablespoons of sour cream is 30 grams. So 30 grams worth of sour cream going in. 24. 30. a teaspoon of vanilla extract. There it is. That's, wait, how much? A half teaspoon. So 1 teaspoon. 1 teaspoon. Perfect. Broccoli, welcome in. Pound of butter, pound of flour, pound of butter, and a pound of eggs. Pound of sugar, I think you mean. Butter, flour, sugar, and eggs. But yes. Pound each. Sugar, butter, flour, and eggs. Got it. How many eggs make a pound? I don't know. Probably. This one called for 3 regular eggs and 3 egg yolks. So 6 total eggs. Roughly 4.5 eggs worth of weight. Okay, so we add all of this and process it for about 5 seconds, it says. Great. That's easy. Five seconds of processing. Here we go. 9 eggs. Yeah. I mean, I used 6 total eggs in this one. All right, let's get that butter. Get that butter. Yeah. It's going to take a minute because I didn't cut the butter up at all. I just throw a whole stick of butter in there and it's like slowly scraping it apart. Speaking of scraping, though, we're going to help this one along a little bit. Give it a little scrape to the sides. So butter is getting mixed in here. It's kind of still chunky. I definitely should have cut the stick of butter up a little bit more, but it's okay. I didn't. It's going though. Eventually, you can see this lump that's coming around there, 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 there. Getting smaller and smaller. That's just like the chunk of butter. So once we don't see a lump moving around inside of there anymore, the butter will be incorporated. What's in the oven? The pound cake. How much time is left on the pound cake? 40 minutes. So the pound cake's been in the oven now for about 30 minutes or so. This is coming along. Still not fully. It's got one little chunk of butter in there. It's just kind of rolling around, which is annoying. All right, I think we got it. It is super satisfying. I think, interestingly enough, watchmakering, the sound of it is one of the tells about whether it's done, which is kind of neat. Because you're like, once you stop hearing variations in the sound, like the spattering, the sputtering, the impact of the blades, then everything's incorporated. So it is kind of, the sound is kind of important in some capacities. At least I find it to be just another marker. You don't need it. It's visual. Visual is what you're really going for. But the sound is sort of anecdotal to the situation. All right. Excuse me. How much confectioner sugar? 10 ounces of confectioner sugar. Holy shit, that's a lot of confectioner sugar. Yeah, if you have like a large mixer going and it's mixing for a long time, yeah, it definitely can get old. I feel that. All right, literally 10 ounces of sugar, right? Yeah, 1 1/4 cups or 5 ounces is one version, one batch, and we're making a double. So 10 ounces of confectioner sugar. Got it. At least we're gonna finish this bag. I like that. This is a use it up meal. I love when I get rid of a bag, especially something from the baking cabinet. I've got like so much random crap up there right now. I really, really, really need to clean out that baking cabinet. It's like when I open it now, things like fall out, which is way less than ideal. When I say 10 ounces, 2.8. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There we go. So most people don't know confectioner sugar contains cornstarch. Does it really? It does. It's the second ingredient. It's the only other ingredient. Is that, I'm assuming that's for a thickening. I don't think I could have told you that off the top of my head, but saying it doesn't seem unreasonable because for icings and all sorts of stuff that you use confectioner sugar for, it's like a thickening agent. So having a little extra like thickening agent within the thing. Ah! Food coloring just fell out of the cabinet at me. Having a little extra cornstarch in the thing actually seems not surprising. Organizing the baking stuff can be really frustrating like that because you're like, man, I know, like, for example, I have arrowroot powder in my cabinet that was used for a recipe. It was used for tempura asparagus that I made from a vegan cookbook, and I have not used it since. I feel like I could use it. That's one of those things where you could absolutely use it up just by like looking up arrowroot powder recipes or like arrowroot powder cookies or something like that. And I could do, I could definitely just use it for Cookie Club or whatever, but I just haven't. All right, so we're just pulsing this briefly. Right, now we're mixing. Okay, excellent. That's good. Let's get sugar off the sides. Sugar off the bottom. Sugar off the middle. Now this seems really liquidy to me. I'm wondering if there's any notes about liquidy. I think I'm going to add like a little bit more sugar to this because this feels, it tastes really good. But it feels really liquidy. I wonder if I messed something up. 16 ounces of cream cheese. Got it. 10 ounces of butter. Got that. Sour cream. Got it. I did 2 tablespoons. Vanilla extract. Got it. I'm just going to add a little more sugar to this. Because it will thicken it a little bit more, just a little bit, not a ton. And I also think that maybe cooling this off for a few moments could be good. So we'll cool this off maybe while I get my my cakes out of the fridge and have them get them ready to ice. So maybe I'll just I'll add a little bit more sugar, maybe like another, I don't even know. I don't know how much sugar I just added. Just enough. I'm the LeBron of baking. Yeah, just kidding. It's definitely the heat, broccoli. The heat for sure. I also had to stir it a little more than intended at the beginning because the butter wasn't breaking up the way I wanted it to. So we're going to add a little more sugar. And then I'm going to take the blade out of here and just pop this. Actually, no. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put this in a container because I'm going to have extra of this, and I might as well just put it in the container now. But yeah, this is super liquidy at the moment, and it's definitely because of the heat. I'm with you. I probably mixed this at the beginning for 30 to 40 seconds longer than I could have, rather than I would have had the butter. What I should have done is cut the butter into small chunks and mix it in that way. But what happened was I just tossed the whole stick of butter in there, and then it took a while to break apart, which meant that the rest of the stuff was mixing for that time and getting warmer and warmer. So yeah, you're right. You're right. I do think that is accurate. I'm going to toss this in the fridge for just a few minutes once I get the rest of it out of here. Actually going to toss it in the freezer, I think, because I'm not going to forget about it, and it's certainly not going to freeze in that time, so might as well just put it in the colder of the two environments that I have access to. This will definitely set a little bit more, though. I'm positive, because on the spatula, where it's dry and cooler, it is already starting to set. But taste-wise, that's excellent. If I had a blast cooler, that is absolutely what I would be using here. But I don't. All right, we're going to pop this in the freezer, though, just for a little bit. Let's move some things out to the side. There, that'll help set that. Now I can really put this away, because I am no longer mixing anything. We're good. That can go away, this can go away, this can go away. And my counter does not my counter no longer has any active ingredients. That's great. Alrighty. Food processors away. 30 minutes left on the pound cake in the oven. I haven't looked at the pound cake at all. I haven't opened the oven. I have no idea what it's doing in there. But it's been in there for 40 minutes. I think maybe I'm gonna open the oven and just give it a rotation and see what it looks like. Opening the oven, giving it a rotation. Looks beautiful. As I'm touching it, it's like very jiggly in the middle. It's still definitely liquidy, but it's rising. It's rising evenly, which I like. I did not do the thing where you like pull a knife through the middle of it and make it give like the nice little like line down the center. That's like more, that's what you do when you're a professional. I'm not. But it's coming along. It's looking great. Kathy, it is cake. It is noticeably a cake at this point, I will say. It is very clearly cake. Okay, so we've got our frosting, we've got our cake. I don't think I need the recipe for the carrot cake anymore. Invert the cake, peel off the parchment, blah, blah, blah. Using a spatula, spread the frosting evenly, cut it into squares and serve. Nope, I don't need the cake. I don't need the recipe for that anymore. We're good. We're done. We're finished with recipes today. Can you imagine? Oh, hold on. Two things. One, sorry, I'm immediately back. I need to put my Post-it notes in here. So anytime I make a recipe for the first time out of this book, I use a Post-it note. Or not anytime. Anytime I make something out of here, it gets a pink Post-it note. If it has a blue post-it note, it's something I want to make. And if it's got blue or any other, pink is like, I've made this recipe. Anything else is I would like to make this recipe. Although some of these, yeah, here's one about cooking burgers. What are the other ones that are blue in here? Steak fries. That's just like oven fries. Steamed clams or mussels. Have definitely not made those out of this book. Carrot cake is just zucchini bread with shredded carrot in place of the zucchini. Those are words. Those are fighting words, and you're not wrong. I think the difference between carrot cake and zucchini bread is that I feel like zucchini bread has dark brown sugar in it, and this recipe for carrot cake calls for light brown sugar. That's about it. That's the only thing I can think of. I mean, that and the carrots. Or zucchini. I guess it really depends how you're looking at the recipe, whether you say the carrots or the zucchini are the different differentiators. I think it depends on which one you want in your heart. Okay, we're finished kind of cleaning up the counter. The dishes. The dishes are bad. The dishes are real bad. We're going to definitely tackle those dishes during the next Words on Stream break, which we're going to do here in maybe about like 10 minutes or so. Are you icing your zucchini bread? If you're a hero, you are. Just kidding. Am I personally icing my zucchini bread? No, I don't think I would ice it. I would probably glaze it though with some sort of. If I was trying to be fancy, I might try to glaze it. Okay. Let's see. I feel like I had, if you'll excuse me for just like 1 minute, I feel like I had a cake stand around. A little molasses to white sugar definitely works. Definitely works. Also, I've identified Daisy's location. She's upstairs. She's in the room directly above me. I hear her moving around. All right. Let's get these cakes out of their pans and onto the racks. Then we're going to take a quick break. During the break, I'm going to run downstairs and see if I have a cake stand. I feel like I do. I feel like I used one. I feel like I had a cake stand at some point. And I don't think it's up here. If it was up here, it would be in this cabinet that I'm actively looking in right now, and it is not. So I am going to we're gonna go look for that in just a moment. So before that though, let's get these cakes out of their little pans. I'm happy these have cooled down quite a lot. The bottom of these pans is cool now, is like cold. Jersey's camping out in a crate. Yeah, I like when the animals sort of get used to their crate. Like, it's like, yeah, you should probably like it in there. It seems like a good thing if you were to enjoy your time. All right, cake number 1 looks good, and this is a good like width for a cake. That's maybe a little over an inch or so. And these should all be basically exactly the same in terms of their size. Two. Slide that one off. And then the last one will just stay on this. Great. Beautiful. Beautiful. Look at these beauteous cakes. Lovely. Lovely cakes. Yeah. So these should be nice. We're going to stack all of these up and make a 3-layer cake. I have an offset spatula for just that purpose. This is a nice big like cake icing spatula. It's a good like situation. Okay, we're going to take a quick break. During the break, I'm going to run downstairs and look for the cake stand. I'm going to take like 1 minute and do that. And for the other 2 minutes of break, I'm going to frantically stuff things into the dishwasher as fast as I can put them in there. During that. And then we'll load the dish pan too. So that's the move. What's in the oven right now? Pound cake. Right. I forget that I'm making pound cake today. I kind of forgot. I'd eat it without icing broccoli? Yeah, I would too. And I'm actually tempted to like try a little piece of it, but I don't want to like mess it up, right? I don't want to be like, let me break a little piece off here. Lemon chicken McNuggets. Welcome in. All right, we're going to take a quick break here. We're going to play some words on stream. During that time, we're going to run a 3-minute ad on Twitch. Whoop, missed it. There we go. No? Pause. There it is. All right, we're going to run a 3-minute ad. We'll be right back. When we come back, we're going to ice this cake. All right. BRB. Words on streams on screen.
Hi.
All right.
Welcome to
One
another
moment.
edition of Commercials I Hate.
Okay. Downstairs we go. Let's see. Let's see. If I was a cake stand. If I was a cake stand. A lazy Susan and a cutting board. So we'll do that again. Great. Gosh, darn, this kitchen smells great right now. It's so good. Oh. Okay. Well, what did I say I wanted to do? I wanted to load the dishwasher. If I was a cake stand. Hey. There it goes. Room for one more? We got room for one more. We definitely got room for one more game. Let's go there. Okay. Oh my god. So many dishes today. So many dishes. Holy crap. All right. 3, 2, 1. Amazing. If you were experiencing an ad break, thank you for your patience. Welcome back on Twitch, specifically on Twitch. If you were watching on YouTube, you didn't get an ad. Congratulations. We're playing a game of words on stream. We're finishing a game of words on stream. Currently, a couple guesses left if you want to have one. I am also loading the dishwasher frantically in this moment. I could have put the dish cam on. I didn't, but that's okay. We'll do better the next time. But I don't think I'm going to get the dishwasher loaded in the time this game ends. That's for sure. We're not gonna make it. We're not gonna make it. Shit. It's okay. It's okay. Progress, not perfection. That's what we're aiming for. One more guess. Last guess. Everybody, one more. No, and we're done. Guesses are closed. Alrighty, let's come back to the counter. Let's come back to the counter here. Alrighty. We have a cake to frost. Now, for those of you who are not subscribers and maybe didn't hear my running monologue as that break was happening, I was not able to locate what I thought I had downstairs, that being a cake stand. But in my recollection, I feel like I didn't use a cake stand. I think I used one of these random Lazy Susans that I have that I don't actually use for anything in the cabinet. Or pause. One last place to look. No, definitely not. Oh. Although I do have something up there that I want to use. Huh? Baking stuff. I'm looking for a cake stand. I thought we had one, but I don't. I do have these nice cardboard cake rounds though that I can sit the cake on, which is great.
I hope I'm not getting stood up.
Getting stood up? Who would be standing you up? Oh, okay. Well, did you text him?
No, we're still within the time frame.
Look in there. Don't open it. Just bend down and look.
What is it?
What do you see? What do you see? What does it look like? Does that look like a carrot cake to you? What does it look like? What kind of cake might that be?
Is that a pound cake?
It is.
Accept it. Give me your full attention.
Okay. You're welcome. You're welcome for the pound cake. You said you wanted one. Sorry.
Well,
I'm sorry. Say that again directly into the microphone.
don't push it.
Okay. I think maybe it came through. Anyway, we're gonna frost a carrot cake. I've got the carrot cake. This is done. These are done. That's gonna be done in the oven. It says 15 minutes more on the clock. Then it needs to cool. And I made that more beet salad. So we so excited about the beet salad. That was fake enthusiasm. F you.
I'm going to close my beers because that's what I want.
Okay. Enjoy. Okay. I don't have a cake stand, but I do have one of those cake transporter things where the top clips onto the bottom. I have those too, Broccoli. I have one, but it's for sheet cake. It's not for this type of cake, which is annoying. Okay, let's frost this situation. So first off, I'm gonna slide one of these little johns onto the bottom here. And now when I frost, I don't, we'll see if this frosting holds up. I might need to chill the frosting a little bit more. Although the cake itself is cool. This is like cool to the touch now. It's not at all warm. It is completely cooled down, which is great. That was the goal. So let's see. Yeah, this is definitely not cool enough. So I think what we're going to do, we're going to try to ice this. We'll maybe do this. Thanks, Gwen. Yeah. I think what I'll do is this. I'm going to put a little bit of icing on the top of each of these so that it spreads out and cools down a little bit. And maybe that will help. Maybe that'll just help it cool down. I don't know. It's still thick, but it's still liquid, a little liquidy, but it's getting thicker. It feels thicker. It's thicker than it was when I put it in the freezer. So I think I'm going to spread a thin layer on here. No strips of wax paper. Nah, we're just going for it. I'm just kind of we're just gonna let it happen. Yeah, I'm gonna thin this. I'm thinning this out, and we'll let it cool a little bit, maybe. We'll see. Again, I made a double batch. Like this is probably more than twice the icing that I need. So like I'm keeping that in mind. And we're just gonna frost this till it is. I'm gonna put like one. I'll put one layer of frosting on here, and then I'll put another, like just another layer on top of that. We'll let this kind of cool for a second, or let this sort of. It's still. I'm assuming it's still cooling down in this room temperature environment as opposed to warming up. Okay. I think we're just doing this as like I'm imagining this like glue, where we're doing like a thin layer, and we'll let it kind of set for a minute or two, and then we'll do like another thin layer, and then we'll just throw this layer, like we'll throw a layer on top, and then we'll do another thin layer. Like, yeah, this icing being a little bit liquidy is annoying, but I'd rather the icing be a little bit liquidy and the cake be cool than the cake be warm and melt the icing. Because that was the scenario previously, and that was just an awful mess. It's always an awful mess when that happens. But I'm trying to like do this gradually so that it has a little bit of time to set. Angel food cake. That's wild. Gwen asked for angel food cake yesterday. It was when I was like, who wants what kind of cake for a snack? I'm going to make a cake tomorrow. Like, what do you all want? She said angel food cake. That was her first response. Second response was pound cake. Because I was like, well, I don't have a pan to cook angel food. I don't have like a bundt pan. I don't own a bundt pan. So, I could put angel food cake in that same square pan that I put the pound cake in, and it would be fine, I'm sure, but I didn't. I neglected to do that. All right, that was a second layer of icing on here. That looks really good. That felt really good going on. That first layer barely got disturbed. I'm gonna put that on. So that I think my tactic of like spreading it out on the cake and letting it cool here is hopefully okay. It's no Kelly Cakes, but I'm trying. Man, you want to talk about a good cake decorating channel? Kelly Cakes is where it's at. Her channel is absolutely mesmerizing. Also, she's like a really kind, amazing individual. So, like that helps. Even if she wasn't, her skills are unparalleled. I used a tall cake pan, no hole. Okay, and turned out well. That's good. I don't think I've ever made an angel food cake, honestly. I'm pretty sure I haven't. I know that I've never owned a bundt pan, so there's that. Yeah. Thank you for the shout out, so forth. Kelly Cakes is great. She's just a lovely human. She's been doing the food and drink streams for a long time. I remember she used to stream from her house. She's a professional baker. She streams from the bakery that she is at now. That's like her main gig, which is super cool. Always fun to watch. Good people. All right, we've got our layers. I'm going to start pulling these together here. Pound cake's looking great in the oven. It has 8 minutes left on it. We'll see. Kathy, you do see cake. You got cake. We got cake. You got icing out. We're almost there. All right, now layers. Here we go. Layer number one. Do y'all like this zoom? Do we enjoy this Zoom? This is, wait, hold on. Let's get both of these. How do I get, there we go. Now they're both in the picture. I'm like, how do I get both of them in the frame? Add a little bit more on top of here. Not too much. And I'm kind of concentrating it. I kept it thin, a little thinner towards the edges because it's going to press out once I put the cake on top of it. So let this go. Okay, now I'll take this one. Oh, hold on. I can just pick the tray up for this one. And we're going to slide it off. Let's kiss corners. There we go. Beautiful. Beautiful. Oh. We're sliding. Hold on. Come back over here. Come back over here. I need to press these down a little bit. You know what I need to do with this? Take this situation, and we're gonna hold this cake together until that icing sets. There we go. Okay, this is a little carrot cake. I'm only gonna lightly ice the outside of it because I don't really think it needs. I don't think it needs icing all around the outside. I think it looks kind of rustic as it is in this way. But I am going to ice the outside just a little bit because, because I made a bunch of icing to do that. So why not? But I'm going to kind of start. And I don't want, because the icing's super runny, I just want like a little icing on the outside. I'm not trying to make it so that you can't see the edge of the cake, right? I'm just trying to make sure there's like a little bit of icing on the outside itself. And yeah, the wax paper on the underneath of here would have been great. Definitely would have helped. Not gonna lie and say that it wouldn't. I did not put it on there. Not necessary, but it would have certainly made a cleaner experience. Now this, ideally, this cake would get chilled. Ideally, all of this, I would have cooled the cake down for like a couple hours in the fridge. I would have cooled the icing down for a couple hours. You ice it and then you put it back in the fridge for a little while. We didn't do that today, and that's all right. Again, I'm just trying to finish it on stream, and if I can't like leave it in the fridge for 5 hours and have a good stream with that. So I'm just icing it now instead. And I'm just doing little like bits of icing on the outside here because of how runny it is. I don't want to like load my spatula up and then have it just drip all over the place. So we're just doing like a little bit at a time. And this is definitely a little bit uneven here, and that's okay too. Again, it's carrot cake. It's not meant to be frosted like perfectly. I don't know, like a perfectly frosted carrot cake is a little sus to me. It needs to be like, I don't even mind when it's not frosted on the side. As long as the frosting is good and tasty, it's like okay. There. That looks about right. There we go. Looking pretty good. And yeah, now is when I would take the wax paper around from the outside of it and be like, look at this beautiful cake. That's not at all iced on the tray, except it is. So instead of doing that, I'm going to take the towel and just kind of let it wipe around the outside here, just like a little rim. I'm just going to clean up the edge of the plate. That's all. Yes, I could have done this with wax paper. No, I did not. Any type of shim, I could have just, you know, parchment, wax paper, aluminum foil would work, plastic wrap, anything. Doesn't matter. I'm in fact just going to go ahead and use my finger. There we go. Yeah, so this, in an ideal world, I would probably let this cool in the fridge for, I don't know, an hour, 2 hours, something like that. We don't have that kind of time today. We're not gonna have that kind of time today. What I am gonna do, though, is I am gonna pop this into the fridge for just a few minutes while we check on the pound cake, because that should have about a minute left on it. And I didn't actually look in the again, I didn't look in the cookbook, or I can't bring to mind what it said the pound cake was supposed to feel like in the middle. So I'm going to get the cookbook back out. I'm going to toss this. I'm going to toss this situation, this whole thing, just like it is, into the freezer. I'm going to let that just cool in the freezer for just a few minutes. It shouldn't take too long. I just want the icing around the outside to set a little bit more, and when it's super thin like that, it will definitely thin. Kathy, thank you. I hope it looks amazing. It smells good. What? I don't even remember what page I'm on. 830 something. There it is. Pound cake. Bake until a toothpick or thin skewer inserted into the crack running along the top comes out clean. Let the cake rest in the pan for 5 minutes, then invert onto a wire rack. All right. Let's test it, because my timer just went off. So it's time to give it a try. It's a good day in Michigan when you feel confident enough to put your snowblower away for the season. I believe that. Do you have to winterize a snowblower? I'm assuming you have to like pull the spark plugs and like drain the gas and do the things. Ooh. Frosted buttercream carrot cake cupcakes sound fantastic. Oh, I could have made these as cupcakes. I didn't even consider that. Kathy, I agree that it needs more icing. I would like the icing, if the icing was thicker and had some more viscosity to it, I would probably want more of it. I would probably have put more of it on there. I'm going to put the icing back in the refrigerator just to kind of cool down for a minute. Okay, let's test this pound cake. I'm hoping that it's finished right now and I can just pull it out. Okay. You might have just jinxed it, Kathy. You're right. Basically like a lawnmower. Yeah, it's just a small electronic, right? Equal cake to icing ratio does sound enticing. I'm not gonna lie. I need to wash my hands. They're sticky. Speaking of icing, they are quite literally a sticky. Alrighty, hands are washed. Where's that towel? I always have like 7 towels around on the counter, like while I'm cooking. The longer I cook for, the bigger the pile of towels is. I think I've tossed at least 3 or 4 of them up on the landing, like up to our dryer washer is like right there, like right there. So whenever I'm like just throwing a towel over there, I'm just like throwing it in front of the washer. Lenardium, welcome in. Happy Thursday to you too. I hope you're doing well. I hope it's a good one. It's been a good one here. It started streaming around 11 a.m. Eastern time, and we're getting to it now. What do we have to finish stream today? We're gonna finish the pound cake and take that out of the oven. I'm gonna cool that off. I don't think I'm gonna cut the pound cake today because it says that it needs to rest for cool to room temperature. It says. So we're not gonna be able to do that in a reasonable amount of time today. We do need to cool the pound cake down, but I will take it out of the oven. We'll take a look at it. We'll take a look at it out of the pan. I'm not going to cut it because when you cut just like cutting a loaf of bread, it changes the complexity of it. So I don't want to cut it until it is dry. So we're probably not going to get to see the pound cake today. I'm sorry. To be fair, the pound cake wasn't in the plan today. We are going to see the carrot cake, which is finished and in the freezer at the moment, and we'll be back out momentarily. We are going to see the pound cake. We saw the beet salad, or rather, we're going to see the carrot cake. We did see the beet salad. So the pound cake is just like a little bonus. So, just like FYI. Electric snowbar. Oh, nice. Just like back in the shed. Perfect. That's better. That feels better. That feels very good. All right, come on over to the stove here. Stove? It's just the stove camera. It's not the stove. It's actually the oven. Hold on. Whoop, whoop. All right, now we're right side up. Okay, pound cake. How we doing in here, friend? Let's see. It's looking good, isn't it? It is definitely looking good. Shim inserted in the center. We want this to come out clean. That is as clean as it's going to get. So we're finished. All right. Pound cake. Nice crack. Hey, thanks. Bread doesn't look bad either, right? Anyway. Snowfall says, I never do anything to my snowblower in the off season. I never had a problem with it in 12 years. Maybe because winter is so long. Yeah, well, when the off season's like 2.5 months, it's just like catching its breath, right? Here's a pound cake. Directly out of the oven. This is still hot AF. That looks beautiful. Nice little crack on the top. Let's put this on a wire rack for a moment here. And you know what I'm going to do? I thought about this earlier. Where is my little coffee pot? We're going to have a piece of carrot cake, but I'm going to make myself a decaf coffee before we do that. Because I want to have a little cake and a hot beverage, a little treat this afternoon. So while we're waiting for the pound cake to cool and become able to get out of the, able to take it out of the tray, tin, baking tin. How do you even call this thing? Loaf pan. That's the word I was searching for. Confirmed. Decaf. Right. If I had, oh my God. Yo, having caffeinated coffee at this time of day, I would not sleep tonight. I would be up. I would be extremely and aggressively awake. I did have a coffee today, though. I had a caffeinated coffee. Y'all saw me. If you were here at the very beginning of stream, I had that cup that I had of coffee at the beginning of stream was caffeinated. Y'all are not used to seeing me drink caffeine, but I do one cup of coffee a day now of caffeinated. One caffeinated coffee a day before noon. If I don't have it before noon, it's decaf or nothing. or rather, if I don't have it by noon, I should say, by noon is the cutoff time, because before noon is anything's okay. But I recently went back to caffeine. I haven't had caffeine. I stopped drinking caffeine entirely for a little over 2 years. Because it was just bad. It wasn't. I was abusing it. I was abusing it like pretty directly, and I didn't want to keep doing that. It was bad for my health. It was bad for my sleep schedule. It was bad for my like digestion. It was just bad in general. Bad for my teeth. And now though, I'm back on just one a day. And I feel good about that. I feel like this is manageable, and like I still get the energy lift in the morning. But I'm not downing like shots of espresso at 7 p.m. anymore, which I was doing. Maybe not espresso, but I was drinking too much coffee. Welcome in. It's nice to have you. Patrick, I missed your stream today because I was streaming. I missed it, and I'm really actually kind of sorry that I missed it. I was I love your Friday Junior streams. Happy Friday Junior, friends. It's nice to have you. Should we hold on? We're gonna do something here. Are you ready? Are you ready? We're changing the music. This is now a house music stream. I'm just kidding. Wait, I muted it. There we go. You feel it? You feel it? Friends, let me say hi to y'all. I'm gonna say hi. I'm gonna introduce myself. Then I'm gonna tell the folks that we're hanging out here to go follow Patrick Richards and why. But let me say hi first to some familiar names. Darth Jiggles, welcome in. Bobby Bats, welcome in. Hectophonic, hello, nice to meet you. Go Pro Slow, yo. I like your name. Difficult to pronounce immediately, but it's a good one. Wake with 9, hello, nice to see you. Miss Ario, hello. Deacon Vlad, welcome in. Welcome in. Lanzarelli, always good to see you. Ouija, welcome in. JC Christopher Arnold, hello. Holmesby, welcome in. I'm ready. Hello, Patrick. It's nice to see you, Philly fam. Go Birds. Hey, Patrick, you always point out my, you always give the little note card situation whenever I say hi. Let's return the favor. Somebody redeem Big Bup, and I'll just do this for like 3 minutes. Y'all, welcome in. It's nice to have you. Capichoto, hello. Spagles, welcome in. Hey, Spagles, that's an awesome emote. That cat emote is beautiful. DJ Charge Newt, welcome. Nowhere C, hello. Miss Arlo, welcome in. Carrot Cake's amazing. It is amazing. Spawn of Goats, welcome in. I was gonna make a goat pun, but I couldn't think of one bad enough to do in time. Sorry. Was that okay? Almighty Staff, welcome in. Splicer, hello. Friends hanging out. Faded, hello. Sometimes it takes a second to realize what the name says, but you know. Oh, did you like that? So Fluff, you can just put command LOL in chat and that'll work too. Classic dad joke, thank you. You might note that I am a dad. There it is. Oh, that's a good laugh. I like that laugh. I was just kidding about the bop command. I don't have a big bop command because I don't have a big bop emote. But anyway, I suffice it to say that I've got a bop on the fridge. Got one on the water bottle too. So, friends who joined us, welcome in. It's nice to have you. Let me introduce myself. First off, actually, let me say that if you were hanging out here before stream, or before Patrick came through, and you enjoy music, hold on, pause. Follows are silent. There's no alerts for follows. I won't say hi to you. I won't call you out for following unless you say hi first in chat. Feel free to hang out. This is a cooking stream. It's not a music stream. I'm not a DJ. I did drop the beet today, though. We made beet salad. They're pretty good. I'll show you that in a second. Patrick is a house music DJ. Beats of all shapes and sizes. Philly fam. Good people. Kind, funny, genuine. If you like music and you're on Twitch, you should definitely just go follow Patrick. Friends who just joined us from Patrick's stream, welcome in. I see a lot of familiar names in chat. I don't chat too much on Patrick's stream, but I do love it there, and I do hang out. I lurk all the time. My name's Lou. This is a cooking stream. We also do IRL content in and around the city of Philadelphia. So we'll do stuff like walks. We'll go to Reading Terminal. We'll do food-related stuff. Recently, I went to the largest buffet in the United States. That was pretty cool. We'll be streaming, hopefully, IRL again pretty soon. But generally, this is a cooking stream. I go to the farmer's market every week. I buy a bunch of vegetables. We figure out what the menu is. I write them down in my notebook. Things that you can expect on the stream are dinner time, baking, which we did today, recipe development. I do freelance recipe development, so I was doing that on stream today, and frequently I will do that because I'm on an assignment, a deadline of some kind. But it's definitely a cooking stream. So that is the vibe here. And if you're into that, cool. I'm not going to like teach you how to cook. I'm going to cook myself and probably say a bunch of useful stuff along the way. So if that's your bag, it'd be great to have a follow. Welcome in. Ears turned. Hello. Maybe a lurker. Welcome in. DJ MF'n Ford. I think I know what that stands for. Welcome in. Welcome in, y'all. Big Fat Cowdog says, did you know Brazilian carrot cake is different from what we're used to? No, I did not. What makes it different? Are the directions to make it in Portuguese? Probably. Hey, Sofluff, thank you for the shout out for Patrick. I appreciate it. Following is easy. You can do it for free. That is true. Where we are today in stream is we're towards the end. Like, I'm not going to lie to you. There's not going to be any more chopping. There's not going to be any more stirring. There's not going to be any more like cooking per se. But let me show you what we did today. I was about to do the big reveal. It's not really a reveal because for the past however long I've been streaming, 4.5 hours, I've been making the damn thing. But we're going to do the we're gonna take the carrot cake out and we're gonna cut it in a second, and we're gonna like ooh and ah and look at it, and then I'm gonna eat it. And y'all can't physically have any, but I will describe in excruciatingly detail what it's like, what it tastes like, what it texture is like, what's good, what's bad, all of that. So that's coming up. I also have a pound cake on the counter. This was random. I didn't mean to make pound cake today, but my partner, I was like, hey, what kind of cake would you like? And she was like, pound cake. And I was like, okay. And we ended up having a little extra time today. So like, I made pound cake too. Let's start. Let me tell you what we did today though. Patrick, enjoy your grub. Big bup love. Patrick, did you know that the bup love emote is my most used emote across Twitch? Now you do. Tromix, Reading Terminal is an amazing place, but I also like the Italian market. I love the Italian market too. The first ever IRL stream I did was in the Italian market, in fact, which is super cool. We should go back there. The mocha pot's great. There's decaf coffee today. I mean, I had a caffeinated coffee earlier, but like, it's 15:53. That's 3:53 p.m. where I am. I'm in Philadelphia, so you know, no more caffeine today. Okay. Pound cake is out of the thing. So we're at pound cake. This is a this is a pound cake. I'm not going to cut this right now because this needs to really cool down to like room temperature in order to be as good as it's going to get. So you need to cool it down before you cut it. So unfortunately, we're not going to cut this today. Fortunately, I didn't plan on making this today. So if you're disappointed about it not being cut on stream, one, that's on you. Two, this is bonus. This is a bonus. I didn't promise this. This isn't in the description. Anyway, it's here though. Hopefully it's good. The other thing that we made today. DJ4, you do cooking streams? I love it. I love a grilling stream. I wish I could do a grilling stream. My grill is not conducive to using on stream. It's on the literal roof of my house and really far away. And if I took a camera out there, you would be able to triangulate exactly where I live, which I don't really want you to do. No offense. So we don't do grilling. It's okay. You're going to cut out that footage. I know, right? It's just going to be me being like, hey, let's get that out of the oven. And it's just like gone. Yeah, basically uncommon. So the other thing that I made today is this. This is a beet salad. It is beets, sour cream, honey, and sesame seeds. And that's it. This was a recipe I've been working on. Here's the notes I took on it today. And it's going to be published on the internet somewhere sometime soon. And they're going to pay me for it, which is great. Looks better after the juices dyed the cream pink. Yeah, it totally does. The sour cream in here mixed with the honey is brown. When you look at it in the bowl, it's like, ugh, what is that? That does not look like something I want to eat. But beets have this really great quality of basically taking everything that they see and turning it red. Everything they touch. You don't want it to be red? Don't put beets in it. Basically, that's like the move. Okay, so that was 2 of the 3 things that we did on stream today. Here comes the 3rd. All right, are you ready? You ready for this? Baker, welcome in. Yeah, Trumix. Yeah, I'd be up on the roof grilling, and they would be at the door. Like, what's going on? This is the main thing that we did today. Holy crap! This is heavy. This is a pound cake. No, it's not. This is several pounds worth of cake, and it's carrot. What the fuck am I even talking about? This is a carrot cake. I made this on stream today. It's a little bit lopsided. Maybe we should look at it from that angle. That's the best angle. It's a little lopsided. Maybe we could just give it a little push that way. There we go. But this looks great. And we are all a little lopsided. No, you can't say, Tromix, you can't say pound cake. Automod is like, no. I don't like that. That's naughty. Yeah, I gotta go pound that cake. What? What? What did you say to me? Oh. Cthulhu, welcome in. Hello. It's nice to have you. Yeah. Okay. Let's cut this. No, creme pie. You have to say it creme. Are you gonna put icing on the cake? It is iced, but it's not big iced. It's a graham cake. Yes, that's a good way of looking at it. Okay, hold on. Where's my other? I have like a larger knife somewhere in here. Yeah, there we go. Okay. That's not a knife. This is a knife. This is not a knife. This is just a chef's knife. Okay, I'm gonna cut a piece out of this. I made myself a little decaf coffee. I am gonna cut myself a piece of cake. And then I'm gonna eat it in front of you. Welcome to the cooking streams on Twitch. Angry Rook, welcome in. Let me get a little plate here. Let's see. That plate will do, hopefully. Brazilian carrot cake, Big Fat Cow Dog says, has chocolate on top, and the carrot is blended smooth with the other ingredients. I kind of like the carrot being blended smooth. I mean, generally carrot cake, it's like grated, and it's like you can see it. I like being able to see it, but I appreciate like just the flavor, like the essence, like the carrot essence. We were talking earlier about basically using like different types of juices, like carrot juice or carrot extract, to like help the flavor maybe in some of these. And yeah, I think if you blended it, you could probably add like a little shredded carrot too. That sounds great. Chocolate would be amazing on this too, obviously. Okay, let's cut a slice of this and see how we did. How should we start here? Let's go. So I'm just going to go in. Okay, knife looks good. Just a small slice, and this is a if I was making this and I wanted to do it for like a presentation, I would have cooled all of the elements of it down more before assembling them. But I didn't, and that's okay. I'm not complaining. Nate Brooke, welcome in. It's nice to have you. Yeah, Patrick is a little, his content's a little different than mine. But we are both from Philadelphia, so we have that going. There is your carrot cake cross section. And maybe that's a better cross section there. Looking good on the inside. The icing was a little bit runny when I made it, so it's not as, there's not as much icing in here as I would have put if it was like completely cooled down. That would be like a thick layer, a much thicker layer. But Kathy, welcome in. Kathy, take a look. Kathy, take a look while you can. It's very heavy. This is a several pound cake. This is very dense. But this is like good to go. Let's get a fork. Got my two cakes over here. We really went cake wild today, huh? But this is what I was hoping for. What I was basically dreaming of for the past week, since I had crappy carrot cake recently, and crappy carrot cake is so disappointing. Yeah, the icing is runny on here. It's just too runny. It's not bad, and it will solidify. What I'll probably do is, when the icing cools down a little bit more, and this cools down a little bit more, I'm probably going to take more of the icing and just layer it all around the top and the bottom. Like, I'll just do like another layer of icing. Lemon, thank you. Welcome in. Lurking? Lurking, you say? I'm unfamiliar with this concept. Just kidding. I look everywhere. Yeah, I'm definitely going to put some more icing on this once it once it cools down, once it like solidifies and reconstitutes a little bit more. The taste of this is good though. The last time I made this, the cake itself was falling apart. And this particular cake is holding together really well. Like even just these like little pieces, right? Like I'm giving that a good shake and it's not falling. Oh, one little piece came off, but the crumb of this is really good. The last time I made it, it was too moist and it had too much liquid in it. And it was just like, it like disintegrated on your fork. The whole thing just kind of like fell apart. So this is much better. I'm very happy with how this tastes. I do, from a timing perspective, I think I would have liked to have made the icing a lot earlier. And then made the, I think if I made this again, I would make the icing first. And I'm going to write that down in here. Make icing first and chill to thicken. Great. So the next time I make this, because I really like the cake on this, and the icing is tasty, but it's liquidy. And like we said earlier, the reason that it's liquidy is very likely because I mixed it for longer than it was supposed to, because the butter wasn't incorporating completely, and I kept mixing it in the food processor. And so it just like, it got, more and more processed and warm from the friction and the agitation of the blades. And then it was warmer than it should have been. It's a simple law of thermodynamics. I'm just kidding. I don't really know if that's it or not, but I think it is. Cakes are always done better in a 2-day process. Lemon, I 100% agree with you. I really tried with this one today to do like the pacing of the thing so that it lined up. I actually got the cake completely cool. Like the cake is cool in this, but the icing wasn't cool because I made the icing too late. If I made the icing first, then made the cake, then made pound cake, then made my beet salad recipe, and let the other stuff cool down, I would have had a little bit of a chance. But yeah, if you were to do this over 2 days, you'd make the cake, you'd make the icing, and then the next day you just take them out of the fridge and assemble them in 10 minutes, and it'd be super easy. And you'd put a ton of icing in there and it would look great. There's starving people in Canada that wish they had that carrot cake. Well, spring is coming. Yeah, it does. The hassle, cakes are great. And I love cakes, but the reason that I don't do a lot of baking, one of the reasons I don't do a lot of baking on stream is because of the timing. Like I like to have sort of a one and done stuff on stream. Sometimes I'll do a project where I'll do like, pizza dough one day and then like make the pizza the next, or like focaccia dough. I'll start it one day and finish it the next, like stuff like that. But generally speaking, I don't love having multi-day projects. Also, just like my planning, my like weekly planning doesn't often lend itself to a multi-day thing. I'm usually just making dinner, but it is, I got this pretty much to where I thought it would be today. The last time I made it, and I iced it too soon. So the cake was too hot and everything just sort of melted on the cake, which was like also very annoying. This time the icing was just a little bit runny and the cake itself was fine. So what I actually did with this one when I iced it was I made the, I put the cake layers out and I iced them with like a little, basically like a couple thin layers of icing and like let that cool down a little bit so I could get a little bit more in there. But I do think, yeah, I mean, generally 2 days would be ideal. Uncommon says you need to be like a TV network and just magically have cake ready with studio magic. I've often also considered doing exactly that. Just being like, I'm going to make cake tomorrow. I might as well just have one in the fridge. But then I think I would end up having 2 cakes, which generally is not bad. But I think if I was going to plan that far ahead, I would probably also plan to have a cake giveaway for like someone else that a friend or whatever. Something like that. Because I wouldn't want to have 2 cakes. Although I guess you could freeze these. I guess you could freeze cake. I did freeze this last time I made it. Why didn't I just make 2? Damn. Oh well. Oh well. It's okay. This one was good though. Rocky says my next door neighbor is going through a process of getting a permit to bake and sell sourdough loaves. Cool. Use a pool house kitchen rather than one in the main house. Yeah, I mean, there's all sorts of like rules around home production. Excuse me. Sugarology is a cream cheese frosting, very stable. I'm gonna Command C, copy, Command V, paste. Okay, now that information will not just be completely lost to my brain, because that's generally what happens. Okay. Do we have, we've been doing food pretty much all day today. Unlucky not to be your neighbor. I know, right? I love giving away, I love food, like giving food stuff to friends, whoever kind of will take it. I think it's always fun to do that. I enjoy it. Okay, let me see. Where should we go today? Should we do a food raid? Should we do an IRL raid? I'm looking to see if any of we're gonna see if we have who's on that I'm following. This is a really weird time of day for me to be raiding. I'm not gonna lie. There's like very few people. Everyone who I lurk on during the daytime has wrapped up their stream now, and most of the folks who are streaming right now I don't usually see because I'm often just streaming myself. So I think today, I know where I'd like to go. Yeah, I know where I'd like to go. Okay, we're going to go visit someone who I haven't raided very often. Because they don't cook. And they're not a DJ. They are streaming in the just chatting category. But I find their stream to be incredibly fascinating. And I appreciate it. So we are going to go see John Sin. John Sin is a knife maker. John is in his garage with his equipment, literally making homemade knives from raw steel to a finished product. They're beautiful, and I enjoy watching them. I enjoy watching his process. John has been a fascinating person on Twitch for me for a while, since I basically started. So we're going to raid John today. Thank you for the raid messages in chat. The goodbye command is now on. If you want to say bye, you can use command bye. You can use goodbye. You can use channel points. You can also use channel points. There are a few raid messages in chat. Feel free to copy one of them. All right, raid has started. Also in chat is some social media links for elsewhere on the internet. Let me give a little plug here. If you are a YouTube watcher, I don't need you to watch the channel on YouTube, but I'd love it if you subscribed. I am working towards getting more stuff on YouTube, and it would be amazing to get more folks subscribed to that channel. I also multi-stream on YouTube, so if you prefer watching your streams on YouTube for whatever reason, please feel free to follow there. Discord's a good place to reach out and chat between streams. I can't promise to be great at following up on messages there, but you can always try. Just being real with y'all. Next week we'll be live again. I believe the schedule for next week is Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Looking at the schedule, checking. Tuesday at 4, Tuesday at 3, Wednesday at 4:30, Thursday at 3. We'll be back next week. All kitchen streams. Thanks for your time today, y'all. I appreciate it. If you're not currently following and you're hanging out, go ahead and hit the follow button. It's free. But otherwise, I'll see you soon. I hope you all have a really great weekend. I know it's just Thursday. Maybe it's Friday for some of y'all, but it's Friday, Junior. I hope you all have a good one. Thanks again for the time.